What's up, everybody? Put your Madglades in chat right now. I deserve it. My sleep schedule is kind of fucked up at the moment. It's been busy days. So I was awake, but I hadn't had breakfast yet when I was supposed to start. So we're starting a little bit late, but don't worry, we're still gonna get everything done today that we wanted to do. Because today, if it happens to go longer than expected, then we can make that work. It's all right. Do you play rating duels? In general, yes, but not today. We're playing some more rating duels on Sunday, but today is more of a TCG day and other things as well. We're gonna discuss some other stuff as well. We got some news to talk about. We've got a Genesys points update as well. But yeah. All right. Welcome, gamers. We've got a couple of things planned for today. I'll tell you all about it once we've warmed up. Let's just hurry because we're already late to the party. Let's get some cards, and then when everyone's assembled, we will begin. That is Widow Anchor. Let's start. Is that Apocrypha? Yes. Oh, dude, I feel like I've seen this card, but I don't know what it's called. Litmus Doom Swordsman. That's the one, yeah. That is Despian. Not Tragedy, dude. It's not Ad Libitum. The Dramaturge. Just some nerd. Thank you for the 24 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you for 2 years of support. No idea what that's called. Cybernetic Hidden Technology. This, I feel like I've seen. Major Upset. Mad Reloader. Don't know. Oh, that is the Megistus, right? Leona? Yeah. Brickstar Licorice. That is Azathoth. Nyarla. Is that Ibizu? No, Ibizu is not that one. It is a ninja. Golden Upstart Ninja? Yeah. This is Brain Research Lab. All right, Gaia. So far, so good. I should have probably skipped it. Fierce Knight Origin. Nope. Okay, I'll skip it. Charging Gaia. Okay. This is giving me Dino-Mist vibes. Dino-Mist Charge? Yeah. Ooh, that's a trap card. Oh, dude. It's a very old trap card. I don't know the name. Graveler. That is Toon Blackluster Soldier. That is High Priestess of Prophecy. That I have no idea. Pliant. That's Man-Eater Bug? That is Hinotama. Oh, what's the Kuribo gift called? The gift Kuribo. It's not really Kuribo. Is it Kuribon? Yeah. Lesser Dragon? No. Fiend Skull Dragon. I think Lesser Dragon is one of the materials. Maybe not. I don't know. Hamburger recipe. Dark Smog. Skull Lair? Oh, dude. Odd Eyes Revolution? That's the one with a million effects and none of them are once per turn, isn't it? Yeah. I've seen this card like 10 times activate in one turn. I've been there before. Number... Wait, is that a 39? Isn't that Utopia? Well, that's a 69. He's 69. Yeah, I was about to say, it can't be Utopia. Earth Effigy. Mobius. I could try to guess the one, but I have no idea. Self-new. Okay, it's not a monster. Good. Good thing I didn't try. I was going to try all the monsters. Roulette Spider, maybe? Yeah. Does not ring a bell. No idea. Looks like Performapal background. Misdirector. Oh. Is it Ranryu? No. Razenryu. The Awakening. Yeah. Who are you? Have I seen this? March towards Ragnarok. Boogroth MK3? Yeah. No idea. I feel like I've seen it, but Venom Boa. Kanan. Dual terminal. No, terminal is something terminal. Terminal world. Terminal world or terminal next? Next. No idea. Appliancer maybe? Oh, it's an appliancer. Oh, is that an age? Is that an agent? Agent. It looks like an agent. Oh, it's the Dark Venus, right? Yeah. Alphobia. Junk Warrior? Oh, this is something breath of resurrection. No, it's like the wind and then the ray and something. Ray and temperature? Ray and temperature, yeah. The Giga old, that's an Unk card if I've ever seen one. Well, I've seen them all since I am an Unk. Who are you? Oh, Xenoband, right? Dude. Red Gardner. Red. It's not Red Vase, is it? Crimson. No. Red Mirror. Red Mirror. This is Red Dragon Archfiend related, but I think it's. I'm not sure what it's called. Time to stand up. All right. That is Chaos Form. That is yugioh Friendship. That is the Water Vassal, which is Escher. No? Oh, is it Mega Mobius? Ah, okay. Melfi. Yeah, but Melfi who? Melfi. This is. It's not Fanny, is it? It's Wally. Gadget Gamer. Evil. I'm skipping the evil. Delta. I think it's Steel Swarm. Steel Swarm. So many. Great Ogre. Oh, it's a Goki. Goki the Great Ogre. Okay. Yangzing. Prana. No. Creation. Creation. UFO-roid. Is that Xenoband again? Oh, dude, the little vanilla. Like 300 attack or 350 attack. Yeah, Lightning Conger. I don't know. Spearfish Soldier. Gift of the Mystical Elf. Wingbeat. Metal foes. Which one though? Oh, it's Electromite. Oh, dude, we're so close. Magnet Warrior shit. I don't know what it's called. Magnet Induction. Oh, that is Yosenju. That is one of the Yosenju pendulums. I think that's Daibug. Yep. That is that familiar? That is familiar. What was it? Oh, that's Dragonic Knight. Yeah. Oh, we're so close. Come on, what is this? I don't know what it's called. No. Who are you? Infernoid? No, Shadow Hound. Oh. Oh, it could have been 4 digits. It could have been 4 digits. It was so close. Ah, man. It was good. It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. Oh well. Oh well. We tried. We tried. Okay, before we do the other one, Vorless, thank you for the first time sub. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for your support. Just Some Nerd, welcome back to 24 months. This Sick, thank you for the 39. Morosaki, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. And Second History, thank you for the 20 months. How are we doing today? I'm doing great. How are you? Okay. Someone give them a sub, please. Dude, as much as I would appreciate that, you do not feel pressured to gift a sub to someone whose name is Malice P. Dormouse, who just called me an unk, okay? Do not reward this behavior, all right? Just gift the sub to whoever else. If you feel like supporting the channel, gift a sub to literally anyone except for Malice P. Dormouse, who just called me an unk, all right? Okay. Dark level 4, 1500 attack from back in the day. Is Kill Ronin still a sub? Probably. They had like... they might already have like the highest sub badge. I'm not gonna lie to you. A level 4. Oh, it's a vanilla. I didn't even notice that. It's a vanilla. Yeah, Komori Dragon could be. Komori Dragon is 1500 attack. It is... Wait. Black Land Fire Dragon. Wait, no, it's not Black Land Fire Dragon. Because that has more than 1200. That has less than 800 defense. It is a level 4. Okay, dude, I'm trying not look at chat because I feel like I can do this as a certified unk. Level 4 vanilla. Wait. Oh! It's Dark Fire Dragon. It's dark because it said not a vanilla. It was a fusion. Yeah. 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 See, as a certified unk, I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. In my defense, it's not a strong defense, but in my defense, this card was not played way back in the day. It started seeing play more around like 2013, 14 as an instant fusion target, when it was more like Exceed formats. In like they played that in Infernity, okay, in 2014-ish, which is only 12 years ago. Okay, that's my line of defense. That is my line of defense. I don't think it's very strong, but okay, all right. All right, duelists, we've got a couple of things planned for today, and I'm about to tell you what we're going to do. We have Genesys points update for Bird's Protocol, which is interesting. We're gonna take a look at that first to get that out of the way. Then we've got a new Sunny react to some new information in the from the OCG. Apparently, they are going crazy about the new Handtrap dragon over there, so we're gonna see what's up with that. And then, originally the plan was to do Deck Doctor today, which, don't worry, we are doing that today, but there's one thing I want to do before we do the Deck Doctor, because I realized if I do Deck Doctor now, we will probably be talking about non-engine, because I'll be telling you, you know, I like this non-engine, you should play that instead, or whatever. I want to do a non-engine discussion before we do Deck Doctor, so I have something to refer you guys to when we do the Deck Doctor. I don't want to go over like every single deck and then be like, yeah, you should replace Effect Veiler with Forbidden Droplet, because I think Forbidden Droplet is better for this or that reason. We're going to do the non-engine discussion first, and then based on that, we're going to do Deck Doctor, right? So because I think that just makes more sense in my head. So we're doing basically all of that today. Okay, should be a fun time. Red mentioned, think of it for 4 months. Misu Tetsu, think of it for 33. Waver, thank you for the 44 months. Doc, I'm sick. I have this illness of adding floodgates to my decks. Please help. All right, we'll cure you later. We'll look at that later. We have you covered. All right. Thank you for the 44. All right. The first thing we're looking at today is the Genesys points update. Burst Protocol pre-release points. Now, compared to previous Genesys updates, this one is relatively small. However, they did announce this previously that they were planning to keep the Genesys points updates a little bit smaller in the future. The only reason why the first couple ones were so big relatively is because they were still ironing out the details of the format, and they're trying to like establish a power level that the format can exist in. And from now on, I suppose, unless something really problematic happens, we're mostly going to add like points to the new cards and then slightly adjusting older cards if they creep up in play. But like, I guess maybe they are at a point now where they think Genesys format is in a fine spot in terms of the existing decks, and all they have to do is put points on the new cards. We're going to see how this develops in future updates, if they maybe keep doing this, or if they start adding more points to older cards as well. As a like, just like a first impression of Genesys format, I think that is a fair thing to do. In general, I do think that the format is in a pretty solid state at the moment. At least I'm not aware of anything super toxic in Genesys format. Besides the fact that like Dimensional Fissure has 0 points, but in terms of the decks themselves, I think the power level that most decks operate at is pretty fine. Even, you know, some people have been complaining that a deck like Vanquish Soul is playable in Genesys format and in the TCG. As someone who's played against Vanquish Soul in Genesys format, the difference between Vanquish Soul in Genesys and Vanquish Soul in Advanced Constructed is literally night and day. You know, the fact that you normal summon a Raisin and then you can't even turn it into a rock, and you also have only one Holy Sue in your deck, you can't play K9s and everything. The power level between these two decks are completely different. So I think it's okay that they exist in both formats because they are fundamentally different. But okay, that's not what we're here to discuss today. We are discussing the points that we're adding to Burst Protocol cards. And first things first, we've got the Fallen of the White Dragon going to 30 points. This card is probably the strongest card in Burst Protocol, so it makes sense that it gets the most points. I will say this is going to make it hard to use because Branded already has a lot of points in Genesys format, and also the Fallen and the Virtuous has a lot of points, so you're not going to be able to play them together. Yeah, I don't know if Branded even has the capacity to play one of this now. But yeah, I think that's fair enough though, because I feel like Branded as a whole, the total engine of Branded should be way more than 100 points, right? Like you should have to pick and choose between those branded cards, which ones you can play and which ones you can't play. So I think that's fine. I guess one thing that I was kind of hoping for was that there was a world where you play a new version of Branded in Genesys format that doesn't play Branded Fusion. Like you cut Branded Fusion and then you play Fallen of the White Dragon instead. And you decide to play that version because... And then you focus more on like Synchros and Fusion plays, which I guess is still a possibility, but spending 30 points per Fallen of the White Dragon is going to make it hard to justify. Because what's Branded Fusion at in Genesys format? Is Branded Fusion also 30 or is it 40? It's one of the two. Like Branded Fusion is either 30 or 40. I forgot what it was exactly. I'd have to look into it. I think it's 40 points. So the question is, are you really going to play Fallen of the White Dragon over Branded Fusion, even if it's 10 points less? I'm not sure. Because the 40 points of Branded Fusion, like, I feel like are a better investment because it's easier to search, it's easier to recycle. And Fallen of the White Dragon, remember, only unleashes its full potential if you pair it with other cards that have points, right? Like you would want to play this with Albion the Branded Dragon, which I think also has points. You would want to play this with Fallen and the Virtuous, which also has a lot of points. Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon down here also has points. It's only 3 points, but still, you would need to play that with this as well. So the Fallen of the White Dragon package, pretty unattractive in Genesys format right now. All things considered, though, I think that's fine because it is a very powerful package that might just be too strong for Genesys format. I think that is a reality that we're gonna have to accept, is that sometimes cards like this are made for advanced constructed power levels, and they are basically not welcome in Genesys format because this card would do too much if it was viable, right? Not every single card needs to be playable in Genesys format, or at least not practical, because of course in theory every card is legal, but in practice, you don't want every single card to be viable in Genesys format because some of them are just too powerful. And I think Fallen of the White Dragon might be one of those cards. If you could play it as a full engine, I think it would do way too much for Genesys format. So I'm okay with a heavy hit on Fallen of the White Dragon. Elven Note's Power Patron is going to get 15 points. From what I can see, this is the only Elven Note card on this list. So I think that means Elven Notes is going to be a strong deck in Genesys format. From what I can tell, it's obviously not based around any Link monsters, so you can still do the combos. The Medius itself does... Let me quickly check if Medius has points. I don't want to say anything wrong. Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis... Medius, the Pure has no points. Medius the Pure has no points, so you can play Elven Notes at basically full power, and I don't think the Power Patron is even a 3 of, so you can easily play it with 2, which is nice, right? So you can play Elven Notes, and I think that is going to be a viable deck in Genesys format, so looking forward to trying that. However, it's worth mentioning, of course, you're not going to play it with 0 points as an engine. Usually you play 2 copies of this Power Patron, so that's going to be 30 points. Which is fair. You know, I've played Cool Tune at my last locals, which is in the same exact spot. You can play the full engine, but it will cost you exactly 30 points. 70 points left over is still plenty of space for good non-engine, which makes for a very viable concept in Genesys format. And honestly, I think they could even be hitting new archetypes a little bit more than this. Is my take on this. I think it's good for Genesys if new decks are viable, like Elven Notes, that are not great in the TCG or in Advanced Constructed. It's good that those decks are viable, but you don't want those decks to be, like, tier 1 all the time when they come out. Like, not every single new archetype needs to be a tier 1 in Genesys format. It's completely fine if they're already kind of balanced in the beginning. People are still excited to play Elven Note no matter what, even if it's not the best deck in the format, just like top 5 or top 10. So I think that's what they should aim for, to stop decks from taking over Genesys format. We'll have to wait and see if Elven Notes has the potential to do that. But yeah, okay. 15 points to the Power Patron is fine. Same thing with Non-Finito. 15 points to the new Archmage is definitely warranted. Archmage is still a good deck in Genesys format, and getting a new tool would have made it even stronger. So this thing having 15 points is definitely good. Spenta is going to 15, which is pretty playable, I would say, all things considered. I think Spenta is, for Genesys format, even a better card than Fallen of the White Dragon, simply because the cards that are surrounding Spenta are not as high point as the cards that are surrounding the Fallen of the White Dragon. Now, we don't have the Link monster, which I guess makes this card a little bit weaker. Yeah, maybe that's fair enough. But like still, Spenta, Search Zoroa, Normal Summon Zoroa, equip it, special back Spenta. Then you make the level 8 Synchro. The level 8 Synchro gets equipped. You make a Doomed Dragon. There's still a lot of things you can do with it. It's still a strong card. You can also activate it to search Crowley, if that makes sense. So like you can probably play like Invoked Megistus. Yeah, it's a one card Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon as well, for whatever that's worth. I think this card has potential even without the Link monster in Genesys format, but 15 points is probably a fair point to start, right? Because the rest of Megistus, as far as I know, is completely free. I don't think there's another Megistus card on here. Megistus. It is just Spenta. Invoked Kaliga is on there, but other than that, there's no invoked cards on there either. Meltdown is not on there. So you can play invoked Megistus stuff completely free, basically, except for the 45 points for Spenta. So yeah, that's something. Sheena, Twin Tempests of Celestial Thunder, 10 points. And then Zalen, the Shackled Dragon, also 10 points. I think both of these are pointed too low, in my personal opinion. From what I know about Genesys format, I think both Radiant Typhoon and Cool Tune are both already pretty strong decks, and for them to get both of these two new tools for not free, right? 10 points is not free. If you want to play 3 Sheenas, that's 30 points. If you want to play a Zalen and Cool Tune, which you definitely want to, that's another 10 points. Those cards are really powerful, and I think they could have definitely been a little more expensive. Gut feeling, Sheena could have easily been 13 to 15 points, so that you can still afford a playset, but it's like 45 instead of 30. I think that would have been fair, because the card is really powerful, especially for Genesys standards. And Zalen, the Shackled Dragon, more around 20. 20 would have been appropriate for this card. Now, I know Zalen is not just straight up an Omni-Negate, but it often emulates that. Like, it can be that in a lot of ways. And I think they should have both had more points, just a little bit. Like I would have been okay with, let's say, 15 on Sheena and 20 on Zalen. I mean, I'm happy they're getting some points, so they're not completely free. But I do think, in general, the theme of this update, I think, is that I feel like they should be pointing more cards, the new cards, a little bit more aggressively, just a little bit, not a crazy amount, but like couple more points on some of these cards would have been nice. K9X Ripper M goes to 10 points. Sure, fine. I think this card is okay, but wiping the entire board is more powerful in Genesys format, where there's a little bit less recursion and ways to stop it. So 10 points on that card is fine, especially because this card also can see play in Radiant Typhoon. I think that's the main idea here. This is a rank 9 wind monster that Radiant Typhoon could make. So giving it 10 points, I think, is fair enough. Then we've got Forbidden Crown going to 10 points. This is fair. This is a good card, but nothing too crazy, I think, for Genesys format standards. 10 points for this card is fair enough. I'm happy about that. And then we've got Mercurium, the Living Quicksilver, going to 10 points as well. This card, I don't know if there's a deck right now that is going to summon it. This is the kind of card, we've talked about it before when it was announced for the TCG. I'm not a fan of this card because the things that it does and the things it facilitates are not healthy. Like, this is basically a combination of like Lavalval Chain and Abyss Dweller, which I think both of those cards have a lot of points in Genesys format. I don't know how easy it's going to be to make a rank 10 exceed in Genesys format, but I think there is a chance that if at any point there's a new level 10 deck, then this card is going to need more points in Genesys format. It's worth mentioning that the aspect of sending a monster from deck to grave is not as easy in Genesys because you cannot make a link with this card, which of course is like the way you do this in Advanced Constructed is you summon it, you attach a monster that you want in your grave, and then you link with it. That's something you can't do in Genesys, so that aspect of the card is significantly weaker. But the floodgate aspect is still there, right? Like if you play against any deck that has graveyard effects and you just happen to share some attributes in your deck with that deck, then you can just make the rank 10 and basically put them under Abyss Dweller, which is annoying. And I can't think of a deck that does it right now, so for now, I'm not super worried, but in the long term, I think this card is going to need more points. In the long term, it's just going to need more points, and that's that. But for now, it's whatever. And then the Ecclesia, we've talked about it already. 3 points to it, just so it's not completely free. I wonder if there is some interesting uses for this card, even outside of the Fallen of the White Dragon. Because, I mean, technically it's a relatively good generic level 8 synchro that just generates card advantage over and over. Like, for example, I don't know, if you make it in Sword Soul, not a bad card, right? So I don't know if there's any other decks that are going to use it. But there could be. And 3 points is honestly, if you disregard the Fallen of the White Dragon, this card in itself for 3 points is a pretty neat deal. So maybe there's some decks that can make use of it. Just summon like a Quem or an Ecclesia and then do some other things with it. That's kind of like what I was hoping people would do in Genesys, is like play synchro branded. Maybe that's possible. You know, maybe it's a thing. Okay. So all things considered, is there anything in Burst Protocol that should have gotten points on this update? Is there anything like missing? Or I guess let's talk about the things that they could or should have done. One thing that you guys have been mentioning is that the new Exosister cards got no points in this update. Now, Exosister already has some points in Genesys format, and that is 10 points on Michaelis and 10 points on Exosister packs. That is it. So you essentially, let's say you want to play 3 Exosister packs for sure. That's 30 points, right? That is the Rhoda spell. You definitely play that. And then Michaelis, you probably need at least 2. So that is 50 points for Exosister as a baseline. You can still fit 3 shifters if you want to go that route, I suppose. The new Spirit monster has points as well. The Ichiki Sayori Hime has 5 points, which is a really good card for Exosister as well. So let's say you play 3 packs, 2 Michaelis, and 3 Hime. That is 65 points for the baseline Exosister deck. Which leaves you with some points left to spare, but not the craziest amount. We'll have to wait and see. Basically, what this means is you can play full power Exosister and you have 35 points left, right? Which I think there is 3 categories for Genesys decks. There are decks that basically need no points and you can play 100. You can spend 100 points on Engine. Then there are decks that are fine to exist within the like 0 to 100 point for the full Engine, and you have like a few points left to spend. And then there is decks that need to be at over 100 points total so that they have to cut some cards to even be playable, right? That's like what Vanquish Soul has to do, what Draco Tail has to do, what Branded has to do. Those decks are just not playable at full power in Genesys format. And the question is, which of those is Exosister? Is Exosister fine with the full Engine, or does Exosister need more restrictions in terms of like they have to cut like a Martha? They can't play 3 Marthas, or they can't play 3 packs, or anything like that. We'll have to wait and see. I definitely think with those adjustments, Exosister could very well be one of the best decks in Genesys format. Exosister, for Genesys standards, really powerful with the new cards. I definitely could see Exosister being the best deck, if not close to it. But yeah. All right, other than that, I mean, Rockets without links, probably no points. Fur Hires without links need no points. Dark Lords, potentially interesting. Elven Notes are interesting. Elven Notes seem strong to me for Genesys format with so little points, just 30 points for the power patron, for 2 power patrons, and you're good to go. I think that is a strong contender. So those are probably the biggest winners from Burst Protocol of this update. I think Exosister and Elven Notes, definitely strong top tier contenders, and Radiant Typhoon as well as Cool Tune are walking away relatively well from this update because they're getting new tools for relatively cheap points. So yeah. I guess let me know what you think. My personal feeling is that they are hitting the right cards, but they're not hitting them hard enough. And as a result of that, I think one of the things that people are criticizing with Genesys format is still going to happen with this, which is that the more recent themes and archetypes are still going to have the edge over the older stuff. Like, you know, Radiant Typhoon, Archmage, Elven Notes, Cool Tune, Exosister. Those definitely seem pretty favored over, like, with this whole update. I will say, even though the name of the deck is the same as in the TCG, like Advanced Constructed, like Radiant Typhoon or Vanquish Soul or Draco Tail, those decks are going to play vastly different in Genesys than in Advanced Constructed. The power level of those decks is going to be a lot lower, but you're still going to see similar, like, cards, similar names that you go up against for sure. Okay. Toshino, thank you for the 36 months. Welcome back. And Rimgear, thank you for the 29 as well. Also, Europa Boy, thank you for the gift sub to Malice P. Dormouse. I knew you couldn't resist. It's okay. I understand. Elf Notes has less points in engine than Flu, Sword Soul, or Dinosaurs. Yeah, it's a valid point, I think. I mean, on the other hand, realistically, I think this is also, it is one of the benefits of Genesys format as well, that you can play the new archetypes there if they're not quite powerful enough in Advanced Constructed format, which it has pros and cons, right? But the ability to just take, for example, Cool Tune and play and experience it at full power in Genesys format was a cool experience for me. It was nice to be able to do that. And it's, in theory, the same thing with Elf Notes, right? Like, you can play Elf Notes as a pure deck. You don't get Fiend Smith. You can play it at full power in Genesys format. You don't get 100 points to spend, but you get like 70 that you can spend, which is strong, and is kind of neat, right? It's part of the reason, I think, why they made this format is to give people an alternative place to play those decks that don't quite make it in Advanced Constructed. So yes, when a new set comes out, it is likely that some of those new archetypes will be strong in Genesys format. But I don't think that is just a negative, realistically. Like, I once again, we've talked about this before. There is a consideration to be made that this increases product quality as well. If you can pull certain cards that might not be good for Advanced Constructed, but they have a home in Genesys, and if Genesys becomes popular, that could be a genuine advantage for product. And I mean, of course, as much as we would all love if they made every single decision just for the love of the game, ultimately they want to make sure that their product sells. So they want to make sure that you have a place to play those decks if they can't find a home in Advanced Constructed, I suppose, right? How many points does Beatrice have? Beatrice is 100, I think. Beatrice is 100, yeah. All right. Now, before we hop into the non-engine tier list, the non-engine discussion, we have something to take a look at, because apparently things are going down in the OCG right now with this new Dragon Handtrap. And just for quick context, before we start watching the new Sunny video, I don't know if he goes over the effect of the card again, but hold up, let me just pull it up real quick so we all are on the same page. what we are talking about here. So, Hydraulis Harmonia. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, quick effect, you can reveal this card in your hand and up to 5 synchros in your extra deck. Apply these effects in sequence based on the total number revealed. Also, you cannot activate the effects of monsters special summoned from the extra deck until the end of your next turn, except synchro monsters. If you reveal 2 cards total, special summon this card. If you reveal 4+ total, send one of the revealed monsters to the grave. If you reveal 6 cards total, destroy 1 monster your opponent controls. And of course, if you reveal 5 synchros in your extra deck and this card in your hand, that is 6 cards total. So it counts itself in the hand. So if you reveal 5 synchros, which is obviously what you're going to do if you play this card, you don't want to reveal just like less. You're going to go for the maximum potential at all point. You're going to get a non-target destroy. You're going to send the synchro from your extra deck to the graveyard, and you're summoning a 2500 beat stick that is also a tuner and a dark dragon. This card is, or reads pretty hyped as a new, relatively generic hand trap. Of course, you want to be mainly playing it in synchro decks or decks that don't care about the, don't care about the extra deck at all. But you're getting a lot of value from one card. And this card seems, in my opinion, both insanely strong, but also pretty fun. I like this kind of style of interruption because it's not straight up just like negate a card. This is a card that can do a lot of different things, but mainly it's removal based, but it also like gets you a little bit of board presence at the same time, which I personally is a very healthy direction for the game to go in. And these cards need to be powerful in order to have any impact, because no one's going to play a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit for removal. We need cards to do more these days, and this is a better way to do it than to just print like infinite copies of Dominus Impulse or Purge or Ash or Imperm. I like it when it's removal based rather than negation based. That is my personal opinion on the card, even though I do realize I think it's a very, very powerful card. So in the OCG, apparently this card has been going crazy. So let's hear about it from our favorite OCG YouTuber, Sunny.
So if you've been following the OCG at all after the release of Blazing Dominion, you have probably seen that it is currently being taken over by the new hand trap, Tianjiulong. The English name is something crazy, so I'm just going to call it the dragon. Now this card
Wait, what's crazy about the English name? Hydraulis Harmonia?
Release was hyped to oblivion, but I'll say it has not only delivered on its hype, but it has vastly exceeded it because it is powerful to a borderline meta warping level. As in, it is almost a requirement for your deck to play this card if it is good.
Okay.
It's hard to say because the best decks, with the exception of branded Dracotail, were already capable of playing this. But you'll see.
See, that's the interesting point, right? Like, is it so powerful that you stop playing a deck that doesn't have synchros? Like, is it a requirement to the point of every deck in the metagame needs to be a synchro deck? Like, for example, branded Dracotail cannot play this card. You don't have enough synchros in the extra deck. You don't want to be locked into synchro effects. None of that is something you can do in branded Dracotail. Will you single-handedly, because this card exists, will people stop playing branded Dracotail altogether because you want to play a synchro deck, right? I guess, well, that's what we're discussing.
What I mean when I go over what decks are using it right now. I personally kind of wish they never made this card.
Okay.
So I wanted to go over the card because it reads strong, but reading the card alone does not necessarily explain why it is so reliable in the context of the OCG. So the card has one effect, but it does 3 things. It is a quick effect to respond to a monster effect that activates on the field, and then you're locked out of activating the effect of non-synchro monsters from the extra deck until the end of the user's next turn. First, the card reveals itself and up to 5 synchro monsters from your extra deck, and then it gains up to 3 effects depending on how many you reveal.
Okay, I guess we didn't have to read it.
There's no reason to ever reveal less than 6, so you're always going to reveal 6 and you will always get all 3 effects. So the first is, if you reveal 2+, it summons itself, and it's a pretty good body. It has bestial stats and attribute, except it's a level 7 and a tuner. This is very good as it has Destrudo properties with much better stats, and we all know how important it is to have.
Does the OCG still have Baron the Fleur? I think so, right? Master Duel has it. I think the OCG also has it. Okay. Because that that does significantly increase the quality of a high-level tuner in the OCG over the TCG. Like, if there's any deck that has level 3 non-tuners, if you can make Baron instead of whatever we would be making in the TCG, that is a massive difference.
A Handtrap that's also a good body. So for example, Bestials have borderline made DD Crow obsolete. Even though Crow can hit spells and traps, it can hit non-light and darks, and it doesn't need your opponent to have a monster. Part of that is because Bestials have very good additional effects, but another part of the reason is that they are a body.
That's why Radiant Typhoon is playing it. Oh yeah, Radiant Typhoon is a great example. You've got a lot of easy to summon level 3 tuners, non-tuners, and even if you're locked into Wind, you can still make Baron with this, yeah.
Basically, there is a precedent for hand traps to power creep newer hand traps with a body. The second is if you reveal 4...
Also, it's worth mentioning that, and I think this is something I missed when I read it for the first time, it doesn't lock you from summoning from the extra deck. It just says you can't activate the effects of monsters special summon, so you can still, for example, establish an IP Masquerena, or you can still make Heraldic Seals with this, because it's a dragon. And you can also, in Radiant Typhoon, because that's just an example that you just brought up, and that made me think of this, you can still make the Link 2, pass your turn, then the lock is over, and then when you activate a quick play spell, you can still place the continuous trap on your opponent's turn to get that effect, right? So it's not as restrictive as it could have been, and maybe should have been.
Plus, it sends one of the synchros to the graveyard. Now, we've seen cards like this before. We've seen X-Ryzeal, Fallen and the Virtuous, but this is really the first time something like this is on a hand trap. This is obviously very beneficial because sending extra deck monsters can access their graveyard effects, and luckily for the format, they decided to make this for synchro monsters. If they made this for fusions...
It's until the end of the next turn, no? Yeah, but it's a hand trap, so you're using it when your opponent goes first on their first turn. Then it's your turn, you are locked, you make the Link 2, you pass turn, you are no longer locked.
It would be game-ruiningly powerful, but because the synchros are comparatively mediocre to send, it ends up being okay. There are still very good targets for this, such as Malung and Backpit, which serve as an interrupt, but you can also send Wind Pegasus or Omega to get value on your turn, or you can send Herald if that helps your deck start. If you reveal...
Right. One particularly big difference between the OCG and the TCG for this card as well is they still have Herald of the Arclight, which means that this card goes crazy in Mitsurugi for them, right? Like, pure Mitsurugi is already a very strong deck over there, because they also have, like, they have the new Ritual Demise thingy that lets you copy Mitsurugi Ritual's effect. So pure Mitsu for them is already stronger than it is for us. They can play this hand trap, which gives them an interruption, like a non-target pop, a monster on the board, and you get to search Habakiri with it. And then, like, in Mitsurugi itself, like, this card is, like, the lock is not particularly bad, because you can just play with your... You can just play with your ritual monsters, and it doesn't stop you from ending on IP Masquerena or Dynamondo and just use the effect the turn after when you're not locked anymore. So this card is insane with Mitsurugi.
6, then you also non-targeting pop a monster. If you could just do that alone, there would be metas where that effect is better than something like Ogre, which already sees play. But then this is a body and another effect. So now that we've gone over the 3 effects, it seems pretty obvious why this card is very powerful, but it has more reasons why the card is much stronger than it seems. So the first is that the lock is not...
Oh yeah, it's also really good in the clown archetype, right? Because Herald of the Arclight can search their starter, yeah.
...necessarily a real lock. It doesn't lock you into synchros, it locks you into synchro effects, which may initially seem like the same thing, but really isn't.
Okay.
That means that all decks that have multiple types of extra deck monsters but don't need the effects can still use them, such as the new clown deck, or you can just make the extra deck monsters if they fulfill some sort of engine requirement, or you just need to send monsters to the graveyard. Even if the card said you can only summon synchro monsters, then I still feel like it wouldn't be amazing design because it is an extremely powerful card. Like, every single deck that can play the Dominus card.
I don't agree necessarily with that, because I think power, I mean, I guess it's a valid point to say I think this card is too powerful, they shouldn't have made it. I personally think it goes a little bit deeper. I think power itself is not necessarily bad. I like playing with powerful cards as long as what these cards do is healthy. Which I'm not saying that that's what applies to this card, but one of my favorite examples of this is SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight is an extraordinarily powerful card that's been a staple in basically every single deck since it's been printed. I personally don't have an issue with SP Little Knight. I mean, of course, sometimes I play a deck and I get frustrated because SP Little Knight is really powerful and it banishes my Runic Fountain or whatever, and that's like, okay, why does it do that? But realistically, SP Little Knight is a very interactive and a very fun card to play with because it's removal based. It's not the greatest, it's not like the craziest end board piece or anything, but for the most part, it's a very, very interactive Yu-Gi-Oh card. And that's where, for example, because he's mentioning like Dominus Impulse as an example, or like as a comparison, I think that's a vastly different thing because Dominus Impulse is a very powerful card, but Dominus Impulse, in my opinion, is just way less interesting than something like SP Little Knight, because Dominus Impulse is just your opponent does X, you negate X. And that is, it's not the same level of interacting with your opponent that like an SP Little Knight provides. And when I look at this card, besides the capability of just searching Habakiri, which is not possible in the TCG, I think this card is going to be pretty interactive, all things considered, because it doesn't, like I said earlier, it doesn't straight up negate what your opponent is trying to do. So from my perspective, this looks like a fun card to play with. I would rather, when I'm going first, I would rather my opponent have this card than my opponent open Ash Impulse or something like that, right? Even if this is a powerful card, that is definitely going to give my opponent a chance to compete in the game, and they can use it at different spots to get the maximum value from the removal and stuff like that. I think this card is way more interesting to play and play against than just like Dominus Impulse, right? Of course, I can understand that in the OCG, they're looking at it even like a little bit more, like a little differently, because it makes Baron the Fleur. It sends Arclight to search Habakiri. Like, those are some very, very powerful uses for the card that definitely benefit some decks a lot more than others. So I don't know if maybe it's a little bit too powerful over there, but I think just card is powerful alone is not enough reason for me to hate a card, basically. I care more about what the card does, what the card plays like, and inherently I don't really have an issue with how this card plays. Another problem, and this is something that a lot of you guys are mentioning already, is that this card is incredibly sought after and incredibly expensive even for OCG standards, which of course usually as TCG players, we always look at the OCG and we're like, damn, I wish our cards were as affordable as theirs. But people have been saying in chat, like, this card is, I don't know how much exactly in the OCG, but apparently it's really, really sought after, sold out everywhere, and hard to get. Compared to what cards usually are in the OCG, like 60, 70 bucks if you translate it to our currencies, which is of course a problem. All of the things that we've just talked about are purely gameplay related. Those are the things that I've been discussing so far. I really liked the direction that Yu-Gi-Oh has gone in recent months for the TCG as well, because even though it's not cheap by any means yet to play Yu-Gi-Oh, it's gotten more and more affordable compared to what it was. It would be a shame if cards like this make us take a step back in the wrong direction. However, the way it's looking so far, like, I mean, any educated guess that this card is going to be a secret rare, right? Like, it's got to be. Maybe if they wanna be really kind, they could do the Fenrir thing or the Magnamud thing and make it a super or an ultra. That would be really nice. But even as an ultra rare, this card would probably be expensive. And I mean, we all remember 20 euro super rare Magnamuds, right? Like, even if it's a super rare, it's not gonna be cheap, right? Unless, and this is pure copium, unless the new overframe stuff makes product more desirable and shifts a little bit of the value, but that is a lot of copium. Like, realistically, this card is going to be expensive.
Would play the Dominus card, so every synchro deck in the future would have to be designed with this card in mind. And that means that this card's existence would cap the power level of synchro decks engines. But this card doesn't even do that. The second thing that needs to be observed is that unlike the most powerful hand traps, which are the Charmies, these that point is true. That point is valid. With this card existing, you're gonna have to think twice about any synchro deck that you make in the future.
I guess the easiest way, it's not that hard though, because the easiest thing to do when you design a synchro archetype from now on, if you want them to not play this card, all you have to do is make them reliable on like one other extra deck mechanic. You know, like make a synchro deck that really wants to make a link monster and use the effect in the combo, or make a synchro archetype that wants to synchro, wants to exceed once or something, right? But yes, this is going to restrict future design of synchro archetypes. That is fair enough. But that, once again, is also something that every single relevant non-engine card kind of does. You know, they have to design cards with the existing cards in mind. That's, yeah.
Have no field restriction, which means that this card is usable going first and second. And that's an aspect where I find this card really annoying.
Yes.
Yes, it is an extremely powerful going second.
Yes, that's the best point so far. This is also something, I think we talked about this when this card was released and when we saw it for the first time. I really think we are at a point in Yu-Gi-Oh's lifespan where they need to make non-engine cards stronger going second than going first. And this is the one thing that this card does not do. This card is just basically the same whether you're going first or second. You can use it with a board. You can use it at any point. So it's just going to make your boards stronger. And this is something that, like, the card, look, I'm not asking for every single card to be unusable going first, like the Molcharmies, because that, I think, makes for some frustrating experiences as well. Like, imagine your entire non-engine is dead when you go first, like 15 cards in your deck that do nothing when you start, and then you normal summon, you get impermed, you pass turn, and all of your cards are dead because you have a card on the field, right? Like, that's not something I want, but I feel like there should be a way to make cards stronger going second than going first. Like make a card that is solid, but gets a bonus effect if you have no cards, or if you go second, or whatever. Like this card could have had a different effect that is a little bit weaker, but when you use it while you have no cards on the field, it also gets to destroy a monster, for example. Like, let's say it was the first two effects always happen, and then the third effect only happens if you activated this card while you had no monsters on the field, for example, right? Which, going second, it would have still been the exact same card. Going first, it would have been weaker. This is something that I think is fundamental for the future of non-engine design that needs to happen. And this is the one thing that concerns me with this card. It's also something that concerned me with, for example, Forbidden Crown. Forbidden Crown was the same thing. Forbidden Crown is more powerful when you go first, because some of its the things that it does are more powerful when you go first. You have a board already, you set it, your opponent normal summons something, you crown it, and they can't even link it off or fuse with it or whatever. That becomes, it's a more powerful card when you start. It's still usable going second, Forbidden Crown that is, but it's arguably better when you start. And I think that is not the best way to go about it.
Second, Handtrap. Possibly the best non-lingering hand trap, but it gets really crazy when your opponent has a board, and then you need to not only push through the board, but essentially 2 more interrupts on top of their board. It just becomes too much, especially since this card is so big that you're pretty much guaranteed to die the next turn. It's kind of like...
It's also another point that really adds to this, which we haven't covered in this discussion so far, is that removal is a more premium ability in Yu-Gi-Oh! When you go first. The reason for this is that generally, I would say removal is not great in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! When you're going second. Because that's the reason why a card like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is probably one of the least favorite ghost hand traps in recent years. The only time you ever see Ghost Ogre seeing play is when it can hit like important spell traps, basically. But for the most part, removal is not a premium in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! When you're going second, because most Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks are so good at replacing the bodies, and most of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards these days get their benefits immediately when they're summoned. Like most cards, like if they summon and activate their effect, they've already done most of the things, right? You look at cards like Draco Tail Arthalion, Lucius, or whatever, like a lot of the cards, you summon them, you get their effect. The Radiant Typhoon Swen, Radiant Typhoon Crocea, whatever, right? Like most things, if they've been summoned, they have already done something. So removing things from your opponent's board is more like playing catch up, right? Like you're just like running behind their card advantage. You're wasting cards while they print cards. Removal going second is not great. When you're going first, though, and you already have a board that your opponent is playing into, you're applying more pressure. You're reaching critical mass of removal. And when your opponent can't get anything onto the field, they're not contesting your board. And then if they just pass turn and can't get anything done, then you would just go to the battle phase and kill them. Which is why removal is better going first than going second. That's also partially the reason why I think Nibiru feels so much stronger when you're going first than going second. Also, when you go first and you have a board or even a half board, it's just way easier to interrupt your opponent, right? Because you just have more interruptions, so you reach critical mass with your removal. And even if the first pop or second pop or first banish, second banish, one bounce isn't enough, if you keep adding those to the mix, then even Draco Tail is going to struggle to contest your board. They're going to be able to set like some trap cards, but like if you keep removing their monsters, they can't do anything, right? So a lot of things, like on paper, I'm a big fan of this card, but in practice, there's a couple of things that could have been done better with this. And most importantly, that is the fact that it's way better going first than going second, I think. And that is not ideal.
When Mitsu searches Nib at the end of their combo.
Does this apply to stuff like MST and Fallen at the Virtues? I mean, kind of. It's like they're not hand traps. So evaluating removal on hand traps and removal on board breakers is a little bit different. But fundamentally, yes. Like setting a Fallen at the Virtuous when you're going first and you have it to go with your board is more powerful, right? But when you go second and your opponent makes a combo board and you have a Fallen at the Virtues in your hand, how much does that help you in that moment? Not always a lot. Sometimes it's good, but only if the rest of your hand is really strong. But I think it's kind of easy to tell how like the removal effect of that card is better when you go first and you already have a couple of disruptions, rather than when you're going second and your opponent is making a big board and then you're destroying one of those cards after they've comboed, right? So yes, in some ways, this is also true for the Fallen at the Virtues.
The third thing about the dragon is a quality of the card going second, and also something that I believe isn't being discussed enough, in my opinion. Truth be told, I think this is weirdly the most important thing about it, and something that is not exclusive to the OCG, but definitely more prominent in past OCG formats compared to the TCG. Unlike all of the most powerful hand traps of the past, this is completely unstoppable, and in the OCG, we've never seen a hand trap this unstoppable. Impulse doesn't stop it, because they don't control a card. Called by and drop it don't stop it, because it activates in the hand. Gamma isn't going to stop it because you have a monster. It's highly efficient because it...
That is a good thing. I'll say it straight up. The whole idea of, oh, I can trade my negation for your card that tries to interact with me, that's toxic anyways. That is straight up a good thing. Trading pseudo extenders like cross out, called by, impulse, whatever for hand traps that's not good. Like, okay, we can talk about whether the card itself is fair or not, but cards in general in Yu-Gi-Oh, and I don't even know if that's a hot take at this point anymore, but cards should resolve, all right? Like, there's nothing, the worst Yu-Gi-Oh gameplay is where one player tries to do something, the other player just activates a card that stops it entirely, and then we just trade negates back and forth, like, oh, you activate this, I imperm, then you play extender, I ash, oh, you called by, all right, I have that hand trap, then you cross it out, and then you just win the game because I have 2 cards left and you go full combo. Like, that is not desirable gameplay whatsoever. People have this idea of like, oh, this card exists, so the card that negates it also has to exist. That is not at all what good gameplay looks like. Either a card is fine to exist and then it should resolve, or a card is not fine to exist and then it shouldn't exist. Max C is the prime example of this, right? Like, people use Max C as justification for Called by the Grave or Ash Blossom, when in reality, the truth is you shouldn't have to negate Max C because Max C shouldn't exist. That is the thing with a card like Max C.
Only is 1 summon, so that means your opponent would only get 1 draw on their Maxi. The only thing that stops it is crossout, which no one is playing anymore because there's only 1 Maxi. If your opponent activates the dragon, it will resolve.
Good.
So let's compare it to some of the best non-lingering hand traps of the past, such as Nib, or even engine hand traps such as Holisu, Izuna, and Faimana. Nib is a card with 4, maybe 5 methods of counterplay. The first one is to make a negate before the 5th summon to just negate Nib. For example, Ripper, Barone, and these types of cards. The second one is only summon 4 times and compromise the power of your end board. The third one is to summon more than 5 times, but do the summons after 4 during a phase after main phase, such as Killer Tune or Branded, summoning in the end phase. The fourth one is to force the Nib after 5 summons, but hold an extender afterwards. And the fifth one is to play a deck where your engine gets valued from being nibbed, such as Tearlaments or Mitsurugi. That's a pretty specific condition for a deck though, and most decks can't do that. Basically, for Nib, which was one of the strongest non-lingering hand traps of before, there were multiple ways you could play around Nib if you didn't want to play into it. The trigger for the dragon is just way too generic. What kind of deck is not activating a monster effect on the field?
So, but here's the thing, right? Playing around the card does not necessarily mean you have to negate it or like never activate it, right? The way you play around this card is you just combo through it, right? It's a non-target pop and maybe a bounce. As long as you can figure out a combo that doesn't lose to that type of removal, you are playing through this card, right? That's the whole idea. And that's also how most decks actually these days deal with Nibiru, right? Like you think of most combo decks, they actually, I mean, some decks negate the Nibiru, but most combo decks, like Yami, for example, they just force the Nibiru at a certain point and hold cards to keep playing after, and therefore the Nibiru does something, but doesn't completely stop them from playing, but also doesn't like they don't go full combo through it, right? That's the idea. That's where Nib is the most healthy, is when you can activate it, it doesn't get negated, it resolves, and then your opponent still plays the game. And realistically, most combo decks do this through the new hand trap as well, right? Most combo decks these days will not pass because your opponent non-target destroys one of your monsters and then maybe gets them along to the graveyard to bounce another. If that was the case, then I would have won a lot of games against Malice, for example, when I had Phimena into Arthalion. But in practice, not the case. Not the case all the time. When I play against combo decks, you know, 1 Phimena into Arthalion for like 2 bounces, it not turn ending as it turns out, even if it resolves. So I don't think it's that big of a deal going second, and I think that's truly where the truth is at here. I think going second, this card is completely fine. You shouldn't have to negate it. Most decks will be able to play through it, and I think if it doesn't search Habakiri for their next turn, then it's reasonable, because you actually, if you can't send Herald of the Arclight, you will lose a card in hand. You will not search the most powerful starter of your deck, so maybe the problem is Herald of the Arclight here.
Some Draco Tail hands, if they make a really small Born, can just chain block their Altharion and then not use a normal summon effect, or Mitsurugi, which could always make their graveyard trigger last. But we're assuming that they don't use the effect of an Xyz monster during their turn as well. It's just very difficult to never play into this card. The only way to stop this is to negate before activating a monster effect, and I can't really think of many ways that you can do that right now except for Yokel, which is at 1 copy. There have been more powerful hand traps such as Holly Sue, Fire Dark. Column Pop, non-targeting pop, and follow-up is better than this dragon, but it both requires more engine, so that means not every single time they draw Holly Sue will they be summoning Rosin, but it's also stoppable, which means that there's risk associated with it. For example, if you take Vanquish Shell Malice matchup, you can Holly Sue Dark Fire, but sometimes you may be incentivized to take, because if you choose special from deck, Malice was a deck with at least 6 stops, 6 real stops, and a pseudo stop in Maxi, 3 Ash, 3 Impulse, and 2 Max.
And that's good? You think it's good if my Malice opponent goes first, starts comboing, I have Holy Sue Fire Dark in hand, I summon it to at least have a chance in the game, and then I get Impulsed? You think that's desirable?
Maxi. If they open a stop and you choose special from deck, your Holly Sue might get no value.
Like, yeah, okay, in the luxury case where you also have Earth, which is a 4-card combo we're talking, by the way, we have the choice between both effects of Holy Sue, which is Fire, Dark, Earth, plus Holy Sue in hand, then I can choose to play around Ash or Impulse by taking their Malice name, and still, by the way, completely dying to 1 extender. But if I'm using the more powerful effect of Holy Sue, I could just get negated and my opponent goes full combo unimpeded.
And then you lose instantly. Izuna is another example. Izuna was so bad into Mexi because it was 3 summons, but it also had a ton of cards that could stop it. Called By would stop it. Ogre would stop it. Droplet, Bell, Impulse.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
Ash, if they didn't have Lupus in hand, would also stop it. 5 mana is another card that could be called by it, and honestly 5 mana wasn't that powerful unless they were fusing multiple engine, which is only a portion of the hands with 5 mana. Even Mexi had 6 stops. So just to clarify, I'm not saying that having stops balances a card, but I'm saying that there were games where these cards would not achieve the ceiling of their power because there were counterplay drawn sometimes. The dragon pretty much always receives full value, which is unheard of in my memory.
Okay, just to clarify, I think that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Hand traps should resolve. And if a hand trap is a problem, if it resolves, then the hand trap shouldn't exist. Period. Maxi resolves. It's a problem for the game. You can't play the game properly. Card needs to be banned, right? Shifter resolves. You just pass the turn because you can't play the game. Shifter's a problem, shouldn't exist. Fundamentally, if any Yu-Gi-Oh card, basically, if any Yu-Gi-Oh card forces you to negate it or you lose the game, it shouldn't exist.
Another aspect of this card is because it has the power of like 2 older hand traps, it means that it gets really strong in a large hand trap deck such as Killer Tune. If you've ever played these older weak hand trap type strategies, then you know these decks are pretty much never that good. 2 decks I'm thinking about right now would be like Voiceless and Centurion, where they have pretty weak engines, but their going second strategy was just to draw multiple hand traps and then resolve their starter.
Fiendsmith stonks up. You can make Caesar before triggering this. Not really, right? Requiem activates on the field. Even though it tributes itself, you could still get Requiemed on... you can still get Harmonia'd on Requiem.
That's not reliable for a few reasons. The first one is that some decks just play through a ton of the -1 hand traps, and then your lone engine cannot pass their hand traps or the lone interrupt they made. However, the more important reason it's not good, in my opinion, is that you don't actually draw 3 to 4 hand traps every single game. Even if you play 20 hand traps, you will play quite a few games where you only have 1 to 2 hand traps when you go second, and the quality of hand traps goes down after a certain point, so the ones you draw won't line up properly. Plus, if you're playing OCG, sometimes they draw Crossout, Called By, and then you needed to draw another hand trap to reach the same hand trap stop breaking.
This entire loop that we're talking about right now is the least interesting part about modern Yu-Gi-Oh whatsoever. Like, it's not even close. The entire, like, this sort of, like, idea of using low impact hand traps and then the combo decks using all of the ways to negate them is the least interesting way to play modern Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's not even close. I mean, Floodgates come close to it, but it's just like, I don't know, Yu-Gi-Oh cards should resolve going first and going second, realistically. It's okay if you have punishes in your deck, like I like the Fedralia, for example, like Bestials or something. Like, you want to interact with your opponent, but I think like just trying to negate everything your opponent does is like the worst aspect of modern Yu-Gi-Oh sometimes.
Except in this case.
And this, by the way, this does not only go against the hand traps that negate, like Ash, Valor, Imperm, Impulse, Purge, whatever. It's not just against the hand traps. It's also on the flip side, because I know people are gonna twist my words and say that. It also goes for the combo decks. So basically what I want is I want less archetypes or less cards that basically say, if you don't negate me, then I win the game for you. Examples of this: Snake Eye Ash, Samsara D Lotus, Dormouse, right? Like those kind of cards, if my opponent normal summons a card and I know if that shit resolves, I lose the game, then of course I'm gonna play cards like Valor, Imperm, Ash, like those. It's a cycle, right? Those cards force that type of gameplay, right? Both sides of the equation are, in my opinion, not welcome, right? I don't want to play that sort of gameplay. So we need less archetypes like the ones I just mentioned, and we need less relevance on those hand traps like Ash, Imperm, Valor, Purge, Impulse, which is why I'm overall, all things considered, still happy that non-engine like the new this new dragon exists, which doesn't do exactly that.
Since the dragon is so high quality, you might only need one hand.
Tenpai doesn't fall within both sides of the equation. No, it does. Tenpai is the first. Tenpai is the exact same thing. You just normal summon Pydra instead of Snake Eye Ash, and you're going second instead of first, but you're telling your opponent, hey, if this one normal summon resolves, you win the game. It's the exact same thing.
Trap in addition to this card to stop your opponent, especially since this one always resolves, so there are just way more games you can actually stop your opponent with hand traps. Through my personal design philosophy, I've always been a big fan of engine versus engine, and I don't really like it when hand traps actually stop your opponent from making anything, which is why I sincerely hope they do not make more of these.
Yep.
But now we get to what decks are playing it. So obviously the synchro decks such as Elven Notes and Killer Tune are playing it. Everyone knew that was going to happen. The Clown deck is playing it, but more importantly, even decks that don't play synchros are playing it.
I am so excited about the first metagame report post Blazing Dominion.
Mitsurugi, Vanquish Soul, and Radiant Typhoon are compromising their extra deck to play it, and to me that is a bad sign. I know these decks can function without their extra deck, but if you would rather nuke your entire extra deck just to support a hand trap, to me that sounds like the hand trap is too powerful. The last thing I want to discuss about the card is not actually related to gameplay.
I don't know. Is that true? Is people making extra deck concessions to play a card really a problem? Because if we're going from that direction, then it's like, is Super Poly a problem? Is Fallen and the Virtuous a problem? Because people are sacrificing some extra deck space and some utility to play those cards. I'm not sure if that's true. Like, I mean, okay, it does speak for the card, right? It's got to be a powerful card for you to do that, right? That's 100% the case, right? It's like, if someone is willing to play a lot of cards in the extra deck to fit a certain card in their deck, it means the card is powerful. But as I said earlier, I don't think power itself is necessarily an indicator to like make me hate a card, right? Like, if this card said reveal 5 cards in your extra deck or 5 synchros in your extra deck and then negate whatever your opponent does, then I'd have a problem with it. It would probably even be more powerful. But like, that's not how I look at the card, I suppose.
But that this card is currently a bit infamous in the OCG for being far too expensive.
There's a difference between space and not being able to use it. Of course, yes, that is an extra step. You're not only sacrificing some slots, but you're also willing to sacrifice your ability to go into some of your extra deck when you're going second. But once again, that is one of those aspects that is like, I think that's fine. I think it's okay that when you're going second, you get a good hand trap, you get a chance to compete in the game because you've got strong removal, you got a strong body on the board, but then you can't go SP banish when you're playing into the board. That is a trade-off that some decks are able to take and some decks aren't able to take. That's not necessarily a bad thing, I feel like.
And that's something that's adding to its hype. Because truth be told, my personal opinion is that it isn't as good as the netizens are saying. I'm not trying to downplay this card, but if you read online, OCG players are talking about this card the way TCG players are talking about Maxi, but in my testing, it's not that this card alone is stopping you if your deck is good.
It is literally, it cannot possibly be that broken. Like, this card is very comparable, I think, to a 5 mana fusing away one solid Draco Tail. Like a 5 mana fusing into an Arthalion that has like a Pan as material. No, it's less powerful than that. It is less powerful than that. It's not even that strong. Yeah. He's just saying people on the internet are saying it's great. Yeah, I got that. He is basically saying that it's not as broken as people think. And I think that is true. We are talking about this card right now as if it did like everything and as if it did your taxes. In reality, in the TCG, without Herald of the Arclight, what this card does is you get a non-target pop and then you get a bounce from Malong. That is what this card is going to do 99% of the time. Depending on the format, maybe you're going to send Enigmaster Packbit instead, or maybe you're going to send like another synchro that's worth it. But it's not like this card is going to single-handedly friggin' do your taxes and everything, right? It's a strong card. It's removal based, and it has restrictions to it. I think all in all, that is powerful but acceptable and maybe even fun. My only gripe with it is that it is stronger going first than going second, which is not perfect execution in my opinion. It should have been the other way around, and then I think it would have been awesome. The way it is powerful. It's going to be strong. It gets like an 8 out of 10 in terms of the execution. Should have been the other way around, stronger going second than going first. But other than that, I think it's pretty solid.
This card is just very, very powerful paired, and the last banlist nuked the Handtrap stops, which means that pairing a Handtrap, it becomes way more successful now. But I think it's being overrated just a bit because this is the first time since I've moved back where I've seen the player base completely priced out of a staple. The main problem is that ever since the new series, they've increased the base rarity, so Ultimate is a base rarity now. Now, to be fair,
9,000 yen per piece. Hold up. Yen to euro. 9,000 yen is $50 a copy. Which TCG players might think like, oh, that's a steal. But 50 euros per copy, I think for Japanese standards is crazy.
Did also reduce the amount of ultimates in each set, with there being only 4 now. So it's not...
I think this is also something. I think this card is unlike other cards usually in the OCG. I think this card is not available in every rarity. Like this card is I think this is a high rare exclusive. They have 1 ulti per box, so it's about the same likelihood as reaching it with one secret rare for us. It's basically like TCG rarities for them. Ultimate is its base rarity. Okay.
Actually very difficult to pull, especially since most boxes are going to have 2 ultimates. So it's like 1 in 223 boxes, like 1 in 2.5 boxes to pull this card. Except apparently the set is sold out in Japan, so people can't actually pull more. It's not sold out over here yet, but it's just so important for the format, and most players need 3 to play, so it ended up being more than $40 US. I personally paid 30 for mine thinking I overpaid, and then I go home and once people realized how splashable it was, it went up. And it's still going up. Apparently it's cheaper in China right now than in Japan. Twitter seems like it's indicating shops are buying the card at $55 on base rarity. Even for TCG standards, that is a very expensive staple, and you have to keep in mind...
Oh, 50 euros. 50 euros is Marshmallow level, and that was the most expensive secret rare in Doom of Dimension on release. $50 is what I paid for the Marshmallows I used at YCS Lille, and that was the most secret rare, the most expensive secret at the time in Doom of Dimension. So a card reaching that price point in the OCG is crazy.
As always, that we make less money. For many players, they can't afford this card at all because a playset costs 1/5 of their monthly salary. That could be paying for half of their rent. I personally only have 1 copy because I can't get more right now. I'm proxying to others with Phantasmes, and my testing group is a majority of people without a set. All of the shops are sold out of the singles, and no one is moving them because if you open the box, you kept your copies for your own decks since it goes into everything except for branded. This card is so expensive, I almost got tempted to start turning on mid-roll ads. This is actually a pay-to-win hand trap, which is usually not a...
It's fine, you could have done it, I would have understood.
...problem in the OCG. But that's all I wanted to cover for the hand trap tonight. I originally wanted to go over everything in the set, but I ended up discussing the hand trap for so long that I think it's better to save the rest for another time. I could go over individually powerful cards, such as the Dominus or the Solemn.
All right. I'll leave you a link to Sunny's video in the description down below if you want to leave some feedback on it. Honestly, I could imagine that a large part of the frustration in the OCG or for OCG players stems from the price, which I try to look at cards from the gameplay aspect, but it is of course hard to, like, you know, just completely ignore the fact that this card seems to be more expensive than anything they've had in the last years in the OCG, or maybe even in like ever. Like I don't think they ever have or usually have cards that are that expensive at the base rarity. So of course the fact that this card is like pretty splashable and really good in a lot of decks, but also so expensive is making it a pretty controversial topic in the OCG, which is 100% understandable. As as we don't have it in the TCG yet, and I mean, we're guessing it's going to be expensive, but we don't know at all what's going to happen to this card. I am looking at it from the gameplay perspective, and personally, I can say I think the gameplay behind this card is a lot healthier than a lot of the other hand traps they've done in the past. I think removal-based hand trap is fine, even though it's strong, but realistically, it has to be strong. Otherwise, it won't. Like, removal is just not at a premium in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially on a hand trap. That's the reason why most people are playing Impulse, Perch, Ash, Imperm, Veiler, Mourner, whatever, over cards like Ghost Ogre, right? That's just a fact. You know, removal going second is not great. And therefore, if they want removal to be a thing again, which I wholeheartedly support, I think a game where we exchange removal is better than a game where we exchange negation. I'm happy that this is the direction that we're going. I wish it was weaker going first. I wish it was stronger going second. But fundamentally, I'm a fan of the direction. And I guess we'll have to wait and see once we get it. But interesting discussion. It's good to hear from the OCG as always. And I mean, the things that I'm talking about here ultimately are subjective. You know, those are my opinions on the matter. If someone else thinks like the card is just too powerful, so it doesn't matter that it's removal over negation, like it's just too powerful, it shouldn't have been made, that's also okay. That's why we discuss these things. So leave some love for Sunny in the under the video. Make sure to subscribe for more OCG discussions and stuff like that. But yeah, good talk. What are we thinking? 15 points in Genesys? Dude, it depends what the synchros have that you send with this. But if the synchros you send with this, like Malong has 0 points, this card has to have like 30. In Genesys, this card probably releases at 30 points or something, or 33. Okay. Good. We have 2 major things left to do for today. We're going to do a deck doctor later, where I'm going to go over some deck lists that my subscribers and patrons and also regular viewers have submitted on my Discord server. Before we do that, we're going to talk about non-engine. And I guess it's fitting because we just looked at one of the most powerful non-engine hand traps that is about to release in the next or second next set. I wanted to discuss non-engine for the current or upcoming TCG format first, because if we are going to do a deck doctor, then of course I'm going to have to refer to the non-engine. We're going to talk about non-engine a lot today, so I wanted to get that out there as a baseline so we're all on the same page what to expect. So I've got it is a tier list. We're going to do it in the form of a tier list, but I want to more so keep it as like a discussion where we're going to talk about the individual cards and talk about in which matchup they're useful and so on and so forth. Of course, the format hasn't officially started yet, so what I am basing this off of is my first impression of what the format is going to be, which I've made a video on a couple of days ago. So the main decks that we're going to evaluate this non-engine against is like, of course, Branded Draco Tail is a top tier deck to be expected. Radiant Typhoon, Vanquish Soul Canine, maybe some applications for Lunalight or Sky Striker, which are predicted to be a little bit less popular, but I still like them. Mitsurugi is a thing, Crystron K9, and then we've got the rest, which is basically more like roguish strategies. But I think the most important decks to take into account when we're discussing this non-engine is Draco Tail, Radiant Typhoon, Vanquish Soul, and other K9 variations, Mitsurugi, maybe some Branded Sky Striker, Lunalight, right? Now, those are the cards or decks that we are expecting. I've heard that some people are experimenting with different Yummy variations of some of these decks as well. You know, people are messing around with Radiant Typhoon Yummy. People are messing around with Yummy Tri-Brigade. People are messing around with Sulfur Court Yummy still. So those are a consideration when we're going to talk about these cards. But personally, I think they are less relevant than, let's say, Draco Tail or pure Radiant Typhoon, right? So that is the baseline that we're going to talk about non-engine for. And in general, I guess the biggest distinguish that we always have to make between these two or between these cards is like how effective are hand traps in the current format, how effective are board breakers, and I guess what is the right approach if you're going into this format. And I will say, if we're looking at the top tier decks here, it depends, because of course you can basically always pick between I would say 3 approaches when it comes to your non-engine. Number 1 approach is you want to try and stop your opponent from playing as best as you can by using a bunch of these low impact hand traps, quote unquote, is what people call them. And you try to basically force your opponent to pass the turn with as little of a board as possible, if not nothing, right? And that's where cards like, let's say, Impulse, Ash, Mourner, Veiler, Imperm, that's where those cards come in, right? Where you try to not let your opponent play at all, right? Then we have the other end of the other extreme, which is we are trying to let our opponent full combo and then break their board, right? This is where board breakers come in, but also cards like the Molcharmies can have synergy with that strategy, because you can just throw a Molcharmy, then draw a bunch of cards, and if they make the full board, you're going to draw into board breakers and you're going to break that board. And then the more realistic approach is like somewhere in the middle, right? Where you don't want your opponent to full combo because the full combo board is hard to break, but you also don't want to like try to hand trap them to death, because quite frankly there just aren't enough good hand traps to do that, and maybe the current decks in the format aren't weak to that. And if we look at the current top tier decks, I think there is a valid argument to be made that the correct place to be right now, of course this depends a little bit on which deck you're playing, is somewhere in the middle. And I'll talk about that before we analyze the individual cards. The reason why I feel that way is because a couple of decks in the format here, are incredibly hard to full stop, right? If we're talking Draco Tail, right? This is something, if you've watched me play Draco Tail on Master Duel Ranked, for example, trying to stop Draco Tail completely with a deck like Odeon, for example, which falls into the category of I want to stop my opponent from playing completely, it doesn't always work, to say it lightly, you know? Like if my opponent has a 5 mana in their opening hand, and then they activate that 5 mana when they're going first, there is no card that negates that, except for Cyframe Gear Gamma, which isn't realistic because it's at 1. So when my opponent activates 5 mana and resolves it, I can Imperm the Arthalion, I can maybe Ash the Ketu, but I'm basically playing catch up at this point, because they're gonna walk away with the card advantage. They're gonna have board presence. It's not gonna be possible to stop it completely. So when you look at Branded Draco Tail, is this a deck that you can reliably full stop? I would argue the answer is no. Of course, there is hands where they start with Lucius, you Imperm it, and they don't have a play. That happens sometimes because they only have 1 Ketu. There is not that many spells that they can have to extend. However, they have the new Albaz now, which is also an access to a fusion summon, right, via Cartesia. So, you know, they just have more starters with the new Albaz as well, as long as they draw Draco Tail names. So full stopping the Draco Tail deck is going to be tough. The same is true for K9 Vanquish Soul, right? With 3 Stake Your Soul and 3 Raisin now, you can imagine it's going to be hard to full stop Vanquish Soul from playing the game entirely, right? Because you Ash the Raisin, they activate Azuna, and you're already in a bad spot because they're gonna apply a lot of pressure on you. The Raisin turns into a Rock of the Vanquisher, and they play from there. So playing a deck that completely relies on stopping the opponent isn't great against that deck either. The one deck that this can work against, in my experience, is Radiant Typhoon. Radiant Typhoon is a deck that you can stop with the low impact hand traps, because the deck doesn't have that many starters. So cards like we're going to discuss the individual ways to stop that deck in a second, but like trading 1-for-1 with their starters can work because they don't have that many. But yeah. Similar thing applies to like K9 Crystron. You don't want to try to stop those with Veilers and Mourners and Ogres and Imperms, because the deck is just way too efficient at that. And I also think The same is true for Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi you can stop with hand traps, but you need very specific ones, so not every deck can do it. Like you would have to be able to play cards like Impulse or Psyframes to just negate their spell cards, right? So that is that. The other extreme of fully breaking the board, of relying fully on board breakers, has two problems in the current format. The first problem is that there are some decks that are weak to board breakers, and we'll talk about that, but there's other decks that are not. K9 Crystron, you're not going to board break that. Lunalight, you are probably not board breaking that. Radiant Typhoon, possible, maybe. Vanquish Soul, possible. Draco Tail, possible. But, you know, decks like Lunalight, K9 Crystron, Mitsurugi as well, to an extent, really hard to board break because it's really resilient. It's got back row. Like, they're really layered. It's really hard to board break those decks if you just let them full combo, right? So in my opinion, my first analysis, my first impression of the new format, the testing I've done for YCS Dortmund, in reality, you want to be somewhere in the middle. You want to be playing a strategy that can interact with certain things your opponent is trying to do. Let's say you want to be able to throw like an Imperm into the mix when they are Thalion add back, or you want to Ash the Rahu, or you want to Imperm the Crocea, or whatever. Or ideally, of course, we're going to have to talk about those as well. You want to throw a Charmy into the mix to basically, you're not stopping your opponent from playing. You're just saying, like, the more you do, the more resources I'm going to have. So Charmies are going to be a viable way to do this. And then you also want to, like, you want to have strong engine hands to play into their boards, because quite frankly, most of the time you're going second in this format unless you get really lucky. Your opponent is going to have a board. It is really hard to stop these decks from playing entirely, which, by the way, is one of my favorite things about this format. It's one of my favorite aspects of this format is that, from my experience, there's very few negate gameplay going on where you just negate everything your opponent does and then they pass the turn with nothing. That happens very rarely. It does happen sometimes, but it's not the norm in this format. Realistically, and I guess that's bad news for some people, you're going to have to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! When you're going second. You can't just Ash Imperm and then expect your opponent to pass and die to one card. Most of the time, you're going to have to actually play the game when you're going second, which is my impression of the format so far. Which is good. I've enjoyed my testing a lot so far. And so essentially, that's what we're going to be evaluating cards by today, is how good are these cards if Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually being played. And that's what we're doing. All right, so let's start with a pretty obvious one. Molchami Fuwalos goes into the top tier category. It is in some ways better and also worse than before, because I do think that there are some decks in the format right now that Molchami Fuwalos is not that crazy against. That includes decks like Radiant Typhoon, decks like Draco Tail. Fuwalos is not the most insane card ever against those decks, right? They are not decks that will literally crumble to a Fuwa and you completely win the game if you resolve it. Once again, it perfectly illustrates the point I just made. Activating Fuwa against Draco Tail does not win you the game. Activating Fuwa against Radiant Typhoon does not win you the game. They have very, very solid intermediate boards that they can make. You're still gonna have to play Yu-Gi-Oh! After the Molchami. You just don't get handed the game for free, right? It's not Max C after all. But it does help a lot with making the board more breakable, and also giving you one or two extra cards, because especially with the new Albaz card, you're gonna get one or two draws from the Molchami Fuwalos most of the time, but it's not just about how many cards you draw, it's also what it's preventing, right? And this card is more effective at preventing certain actions or certain boards than negation hand traps, right? Like there's no reason to negate Rahu Draco Tail when they're not activating Rahu Draco Tail because they're under Fuwa. You get what I'm saying? If I put my opponent under a Molchami Fuwalos, I might not be gaining a lot of cards this format, but I'm disincentivizing my opponent from resolving their full potential, which is very valuable. Radiant Typhoon is the same thing. Radiant Typhoon in its full combo can summon like 3 or 4 times into Fuwa, but realistically, if you do activate the Fuwa, you're gonna get 1 or 2 draws, right? Because they want to make the Link 2 for Radiant Typhoon all the time. That's 1 draw. And then if they really want it, they can resolve Megala to summon 1 from the deck. In the full combo, they would maybe make another Link 3, like the Wind Link 3 that shuffles your stuff into the deck, from the grave into the deck, or they might make a rank 3 Totem Bird or something. Under Fuwa, they're not going to do that. But once again, we got to evaluate in the grand scheme of things. This is going to give us 2 cards, and they are not going to make another disruption. So it's a lot of value from Fuwa still, right? Like, we just have to move away from this mentality of Molchami Fuwalos wins us the game all the time, because it doesn't do that, but it makes it way more playable when you're going second. So I think it's still a top tier card. And also, it has the added benefit of if you run into a full combo pile that someone chooses to play for whatever reason, it becomes, of course, a much more valuable card. You know, if you run into, I don't know, Fiend Slop or anything that has Spenta in it, right? Like if someone decides, I want more Sealing, K9 Crystron, or whatever, normal summon Noroi effect, and so on, then Fuwa, of course, becomes crazy. So it is a solid card that is not required to win against the best decks in the format, but it helps, and it gives you that kind of like safety. It's like a safety measure against the more combo-heavy decks in the format. So really good card, of course, but I wanted to give a little bit more insight on that. Molchami Purulia is significantly weaker than Molchami Fuwalos, but I do think overall it is still a strong card that is a consideration in even in main decks, this format. This is mainly, and this is something we're going to talk about later, is that I personally feel like a lot of the generic low impact hand traps are not great this format. We're going to talk about that in a second, but in general, I am not a fan of the one-on-one negates in this format. Some of them are still pretty usable, but all things considered, if you want to prevent your opponent from full comboing going second, I think it's better to put them under a Molchami than to try and negate what they're doing. And Molchami Purulia is kind of like Fuwa Light in this format, because Draco Tail, realistically, if they're just doing Draco Tail things, they can give you 0 draws if they really want to. Realistically, because they play the new Albaz and Cartesia and Lucius and Molulu, there's a good chance they want to normal summon and use one of those cards, so you get your card back. And then as a bonus, if they do play Spenta, or if they draw a normal summon and the Albaz, then they're going to have to choose and make a little bit of a weaker board, or you get 1 extra card. So realistically, this is not going to be that crazy against Draco Tail, but worst case, you're probably getting your card back. If it was just for Draco Tail, you wouldn't play this card though, but it definitely helps. It's like a safety measure to also be covered against decks like Radiant Typhoon. This card is better against Radiant Typhoon than Fuwalos. That's the one matchup where this card is crazy. But then it also is good against everything K9, of course. So I think this card is strong overall, and I think if you're not happy with the performance of cards like Imperm, Veiler, and so on and so forth, then looking at Purulia is a very valid option even for the main deck, especially if your deck has a way to discard it. Like Draco Tail being able to fuse it for Arthalion is a good argument to play the card in the main deck. If you play any Yummy version where you can discard it for Kapsi Yummy Way, that's okay, right? So I think this card is still pretty solid, but not like as crazy as it was, or not as required as it was in previous formats, like when we're talking like Ryziel top tier or Malice, right? This card is a little bit weaker now, but still good. And then we've got Meowls. Personally, not convinced by Meowls yet. This card is at maximum a side deck card. But even there, I'm not sure where I see its applications, right? Like, it's not good against Draco Tail, not good against Radiant Typhoon, not good against Vanquish Soul K9. Crystron maybe is a little bit annoyed by it, but also not that great. I think it starts being more relevant when you look at like Mitsurugi variations, maybe some of the Yummy variations if they summon from grave a decent amount, but even there, I don't think it's that great. I think Meowth is losing a lot of its appeal with less malice in the format. It's decent against Lunalight, but honestly, against Lunalight, there's other more like higher quality cards. It's not a terrible card for some of the rogue matchups, but I don't think it has a very high priority in the. So that's your baseline for the Charmies. Let's talk about some of the more like one-on-one hand traps. All right. Dominus Impulse. Dominus Impulse is, in a theory, still a pretty top tier card. Now, of course, some of the lower impact hand traps, like I said, felt pretty mediocre to me. Impulse is an exception to that because Impulse is just so powerful that you will still find good choke points for it because it can basically negate all the most powerful things in the format. And even if it doesn't stop your opponent from playing completely, it still mitigates the board. Let's say against Draco Tail, you can decide to just negate the Rahu. The Rahu is usually, let's say an average Draco Tail turn, if they draw a couple of Draco Tail names, they would go for like, let's say activate 5 mana, fuse 2 names. They would set Rahu and Ketu for another Draco Tail, and then activate Rahu to fuse 2 and get 2 traps. If you impulse that Rahu, you're stopping not only the fusion summon, you're also stopping 2 traps at part of the end board. And then you're not stopping them from playing completely. They will still have setup, but you are now better off when you're playing into the board. I think the biggest problem with Dominus Impulse is which decks can play it. There's not actually that many decks that can facilitate Impulse, but I think it is a strong option in the decks that can. It is still a strong reason to play pure Mitsurugi over Mitsurugi hybrids is the ability to play Dominus Impulse. So if your deck can play this card, you probably should, is basically what I'm trying to say. Which overall is going to make it not a very popular card this format because most decks cannot, but the decks that can play it, you should expect to see it, and I would say you should also play it. Like if you're playing pure Mitsurugi, you should play Dominus Impulse, right? Dominus Purge, on the other hand, is like as it usually is like an Impulse Light, similar to comparing Fuwa to Perulia. The card is strong by all means, but it is just like less potent than Dominus Impulse. In the same, where we can use the same example with the Draco Tail deck that you're going second against, right? In that line, you cannot negate the Rahu. You can negate the Ketu and hope they don't have a Draco Tail in hand, or you can just hold it for your turn to stop 1 trap, but you can't stop 2. So it's just a little bit worse of a Dominus Impulse in that matchup. Slightly better against Radiant Typhoon. So I think it's kind of funny how similar these two, like Impulse to Purge, the comparison is kind of similar than Fuwa to Perulia. Because I think against Radiant Typhoon, Purge is probably better than Impulse. Similar Perulia better than Fuwa in that matchup, but like it's obviously not the only matchup to consider. I think in most other matchups, Impulse is better than Purge. Of course, you usually don't play both together. So the same thing that applies to Dominus Impulse also applies to Dominus Purge. If your deck can play it, you should think about it and you should definitely expect it. But I'll give you an example, right? Like every single pure Mitsu I've seen plays Dominus Impulse because obviously you do. Not every single Radiant Typhoon I've seen plays Dominus Purge because there's other alternatives that sometimes feel more valuable. You know, some people have felt like more quick play spells, more board breakers, other non-engine felt better than Dominus Impulse. So Dominus Purge. All things considered, strong card, consideration in every deck that can play it, but not as set in stone as Dominus Impulse. Dominus Spiral, pretty mid. I would say probably. I mean, once again, there's not many decks that can play it, and removal is not great in the current format. So probably just a nah, straight up nah. Bouncing a card from a Draco Tail board after they've already set up entirely is not great. Bouncing a card from a Radiant Typhoon board after they've already set up completely is not great. The impact on this card is just severely lacking. It's just another matter of, well, negating is more convenient than actually interacting with your opponent on the baseline of removal, which is just not great. Okay. Nibiru. Nibiru is a solid card this format. I think it's a little bit underrated right now. I think most people I've seen prioritize other non-engine over it. Particularly because people are under the impression that this card is bad against Draco Tail. Personally, I think it's a little bit better than people give it credit for. It depends on your deck, though, because once again, this card will not stop the Draco Tail player from making a solid endboard. They will still have a decent amount of interruptions on your turn. I think there is one particularly important use case for this card that I've observed in Draco Tail mirror matches. First of all, it's a great card to have in your hand going first because it makes it so that you can really aim for the grind game. You can really focus on value plays in the mirror because you know they can't kill you when you have an Nibiru in hand. And it's also a lot more common for Draco Tail to play into this card now because of the new Albaz or Spenta. Whenever they commit to those plays, especially when you go first and you have a board already, it's going to be very easy to make the Nibiru live and stop them from going for game, and you can just focus on follow-up and win the game through that angle. The other point where I found it to be very valuable is because a lot of people are starting to make Secretarion Dragon turn 1. In order to like be safe against the opponent's 5 mana. It's a very crucial part in the mirror match to summon Secretarion when you're going first. Very common strategy. Also because Nibiru is not very popular. And then Nibiru actually has a decent amount of value. Now, the thing is, even if your opponent plays into it on the first turn, it's not even that crazy of a punish because realistically, if they start with the Albaz stuff, they still have so much, right? They still have the Draco Tail traps. They have 5 mana in hand. They have Albion in the graveyard because they started with Albaz, so they're gonna have the Fallen and the Virtuous. And they also have the Ecclesia and the Black Dragon returning in the end phase, which is more disruptions on your turn as well. So Nibiru by no means is like a hard punish if they decide to go for a Secretarion line. But if you're playing Draco Tail yourself, it makes the game a lot more playable if you don't have to play into a Secretarion as soon as your turn starts, right? So it's so-so. I think it's still a solid card in Draco Tail specifically to counter Secretarion in the mirror match. But outside of that, I wouldn't really recommend it. In the main deck, you can play it in the side deck. But once again, most of the combo decks in the format, the Nibiru is only good against if you pair it with other low-impact hand traps like Imperm, Veiler, or whatever. Anything that forces Ripper or whatever. And then, once again, those cards are just not that great, I think. So Nibiru is solid, but not too crazy. Dimension Shifter is a strong card. This format, it goes without saying. Of course, Dimension Shifter always has reason to be played. I don't think it's top tier just because, I mean, it's of course it's Dimension Shifter. We don't have to spend too much time talking about it, but realistically, the card is S tier against Draco Tail. But there is a couple of decks in the format where it doesn't win you the game on the spot, which is, I mean, oh, Shifter doesn't auto win. I know, crazy. But Vanquish Soul, Radiant Typhoon. Radiant Typhoon is annoyed by it, but it doesn't completely die to it immediately. And Vanquish Soul also has ways to deal with it, and K9 as well. So, like, it's still really strong. And honestly, all that this means is if your deck can play it, you either main it or you side it. You still side it at the very minimum. Like every deck that can play Shifter probably still plays Shifter. It's just a question of is it main or side, basically. Also, Mitsurugi doesn't care that much, yeah. So decks like Mitsurugi that can play it either main or side. But I'm leaning more towards side deck unless you really are scared of mainly Draco Tail. Then you can easily main deck it. Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom is top tier. Probably the best, quote-unquote, one-on-one negation hand trap in the format right now. Not really because of its going second capabilities, but because it's just more convenient. If, like we talked about it earlier, Charmies give your opponent a chance going second, and it's just more convenient if you can just Ash it and win the game on the spot, right? Just go full combo and your opponent has 4 cards, win the game, easy clap, add it back to your hand with Arthalion on top of it. Very convenient card. I will say that this format, this card going second is actually a little bit better than in previous formats. it's still going to feel really bad and gambly against everything with K9, and it's not that great against Radiant Typhoon unless they have one starter and then you ash it and then they pass, which can happen. But going second in general, it feels pretty gambly. The only exception for that is Draco Tail. In the Draco Tail matchup, this card actually has some great applications and some great choke points that you can choose from when you go second, depending on your hand. You can do the same thing that we talked about with Dominus Impulse earlier. You can negate Rahu to stop them from getting some of their trap cards. Or you can also hold it for your turn if you really care about one of the traps in particular. Let's say you really care about Flame because you have a really important card, a spell in your hand that you need to resolve. You can hold Ash for Flame and then play into the board. Now, that aspect of the card has gotten a little bit weaker because Draco Tail now has stronger end boards on average with the new Albaz. So ashing a Flame does no longer feel that impactful if you still have to deal with the other two traps, Phimena and Fallen the Virtuous and the Albaz stuff on your turn. So it's not as good anymore going second as it used to be against Draco Tail. And in the other matchups, it's still gambly, but overall, still one of the better balanced, like one-on-one hand traps, I guess. But going first, completely disgusting when you negate Charmies or when you make a board, your opponent starts playing and you just ash Ketu or something. So, yeah. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is solid. There's a few applications for this card that I want to mention. You can hit a pretty key thing in most meta decks right now. You can hit Vanquish Soul start against Vanquish Soul if they didn't start with K9. If they started with K9, then they can just negate it with Ripper, but then you can potentially punish them with like a Nibiru, so they have to think twice about doing that. So hitting that is good. You can hit the Radiant Typhoon Trap, which is okay. If they end on the Link 2, they can get it back, which is annoying, but then you still stop some part of its effect. But Ghost Ogre for that is decent. And then against Draco Tail, if they start with Albaz, you can Ghost Ogre the new Ecclesia Synchro because that card has to successfully banish itself until the end phase to summon from the deck. So you can prevent the access to Cartesia that way, which sometimes that's good enough. Sometimes that's their only way to play. And even if it's not, then you're still getting rid of some valuable grind game for them because they don't have the Ecclesia in rotation. It goes to the grave. They can put it back from the grave into the extra deck with its own effect, but for now, you don't have to deal with it. So the Ghost Ogre can be solid in those matchups. It's also pretty good against Lunalight to hit one of the Pendulum Scales or Masquerade. So all things considered, I think Ghost Ogre has a place in this format if those choke points that I just mentioned are valuable to you. Right? Against Mitsurugi, it's a completely dead card, pretty much. So that matchup, unless you can hit a IP Masquerena with it going second, but that's very minor. But yeah, wanted to mention it out there. I think Ghost Ogre has gotten a little bit better than in previous formats. So yeah. Ghost Mourner and Snow Rabbit is also a solid card in this format because of two reasons. First of all, it deals with Arthalion, which is nice, similar to an Effect Veiler or an Imperm. And the other thing is that it's the only, one thing it does over Veiler is that it can hit Crocea if they activate a Radiant Typhoon quick play spell in the draw phase to play around Veiler and Droll and Lockbird. So Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill is actually considered to be a little bit stronger than Veiler for those purposes. Now, yeah, that is neat. That is neat. Undodgeable also. Wait, Mourner? Hold up. You can't dodge Mourner with Veiler? Oh, specifically with Crocea, you mean? Okay, I was confused for a second. I was like, did I misremember how Mourner worked? No, okay. What you mean is because I don't have a spell trap, they cannot self-pop the Crocea. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that's what makes it even better than Imperm in that matter, right? Because if you chain Imperm, you have a spell trap, then they can use Fallen to pop the Crocea, and then it will actually get destroyed. Okay, I get it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Mourner is solid. The only thing that's really bad about Mourner is, of course, the TCG rulings surrounding hand triggers, which makes it significantly weaker on your own turn because you can't negate Arthalion with it, or if they do the Crocea on your turn, the triggers don't work out because it would be Chainlink 1 and then the Crocea would be Chainlink 2. That is honestly really, really annoying. And I would be pissed if that ever happened to me. So I'm still not rating Mourner very highly, but I see the advantages for it. I think it's worth considering. If you want to go that route of playing some negation hand traps, then Mourner is okay. I actually found it to be better than Valor. I think Valor is like, it's never a terrible card in a format with Draco Tail because hitting Arthalion ultimately is pretty decent. And of course, being able to hit normal summons over special summons, with which you can only hit with Mourner, being able to negate normal summon Cartesia or normal summon Mululu or normal summon Lucius like can have value sometimes if you want to take that gamble. Normal summon a Radiant Typhoon sometimes when you have back row. Valoring it is pretty nice. But I've not been a big fan of either of these. I did think Mourner was a little bit better than Valor because of the draw phase applications against Radiant Typhoon, but both of these mid, I would say. Like they're not bad, but they're also not great. Ghost Bell. Ghost Bell is solid. Once again, as I said earlier, I'm not super convinced by these types of hand traps right now. But Ghost Bell, I think, is one of the ones that I've liked the most out of the bunch because, in theory, it has some pretty solid applications. It's of course a very high value card against Mitsurugi. It's a pretty solid card against Draco Tail, but only when you're going second, pretty much. But negating specifically Draco Tail Flame or Sting or Horn, I think is really nice, especially now that the Ketu is limited. A realistic win con against Draco Tail when you're going second is to let them combo, and then you can outgrind because they run out of spell traps maybe. So I've been liking it. I think it's a solid card, but I don't think it has the highest priority. But I've been liking it more than trying to negate my opponent's stuff with Valor or Mourner, or Imperm for that matter. Which Imperm, I guess to complete the set of negations, I think Imperm still, all things considered, is the most solid negation next to Mourner and Valor. Even though Called By is at 1, can't get Called By, doesn't trigger Izuna, so I really like having it as a failsafe against the Draco Tail matchup. Of course, if you're playing a deck like Draco Tail, you have to consider the fact that it's not a monster. But I've been liking Imperm as a whole. You know, negating Arthalion is solid in the Draco Tail matchup. Negating Crocea is good against Radiant Typhoon. Negating any K9 stuff is good. Solid card against Lunalight as well. Honestly, like Bell, Imperm, Ash are the three like negation hand traps that I felt like were acceptable. The others I felt were really lackluster personally, but yeah. Cherries gets a maybe. There's a couple of implications for this card in certain matchups. I think I've thought about it. I think taking away the Radiant Typhoon link to can be pretty annoying for them. Of course, you need extra deck space to do this. Not every deck can. Ghost Reaper on Arthalion, I think, is actually decent now. Because if they have to put Arthalion back with one of the traps... So think about it this way, okay? Of course, you're going -1 with Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries in order to banish the Arthalions, right? But you basically get that card advantage back in the grand scheme of things because they're making a fusion that isn't Arthalion. So whatever fusion monster they make does not give them cards back right away. So you're losing a card, but they're also losing some cards. And then later down the line, when they activate a trap card, they can recycle the Arthalion with it, put it back into the extra deck, but then they're not recycling the other spell traps. So now they have an Arthalion again, but they're running out of spell traps, and they only have one Arthalion. So I think that's maybe something to explore, but I'm not sure if it's good enough, all things considered. It gets a maybe from me, but I don't think it's outrageous to consider. And try it. Psi frames. This is not just Gamma, this is also Delta. I think Psi frames are solid. Once again, I'm not the biggest fan of trying to negate all of my opponent's plays. In this format, it still plays into some of the K9 stuff. Like if I Gamma a Ripper, they can still summon Izuna. If I Delta Chaotic Elements, there's still a chance they can play. So I'm not sure what the best way to go about Gamma is. The nice thing about Gamma is that you can use Gamma on Izuna, and if they negate it, then it stays in hand and you can still use it later. So that's probably the best way to use it against K9, is just use it on Izuna and force them into a really awkward spot. Either they let their Izuna die, or you negate something else later. I think that's neat. Delta is pretty solid against all decks that try to play with spells. Like Mitsurugi, Delta is pretty solid. And against Draco Tail, it can help. But all things considered, obviously, considering you have to play Driver for it as well, and it's only really good going second, I'm not a big fan of Psi frames, but they are solid. Bystials. Bystials are okay. I mean, specifically Magnamute, I think is always good to have. The other ones are not great, so I think some decks can consider playing like one Magna. Like in Draco Tail, for example, I think it's completely okay to play the Magna, because there's still, even though you're not going to get a ton of value from it, like banishing an Albion so they don't get the Fallen and the Virtuous is pretty solid in the mirror, and then you still search follow-up. So I like the one of Magnamute. Honestly, if it was just Magnamute, I would probably put it in strong. If we're talking Bystials altogether, then I think they go in solid. Yeah, you can play Magna in Radiant Typhoon to search Sheena, which is okay. Like if you're going second and you activate Fallen and you activate Magnamute on like an Albion, you prevent Fallen at the Virtuous, and you can search Sheena. That's pretty high value. The only downside it has in Radiant Typhoon compared to Draco Tail is it cannot search Engine. Right? In Draco Tail, it searches whatever you want. You can search Mululu if you want Draco Tail engine. You can search Fallen of White if you want that engine. And you can search Pan or Urgula if you already have a way to fuse and you want good fusion materials. So like the utility of Magnamute in Draco Tail is phenomenal. In Radiant Typhoon, it's still a solid card, but not quite as good. And in other decks, Bystials, I think, are just like average non-engine, but not bad. Don't play Skullmeister, almost no impact on the games, definitely not enough. Don't play DD Crow, not great right now. I should probably exclude Skullmeister. I feel like every time I just put it in the lowest category. I don't know. I just have a folder full of hand traps, like all these pictures, and I throw them all in, and sometimes I wonder like, why is this card still here? I'm sure there is applications for DD Crow. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are things that you can DD Crow that are nice. The problem is, are you actually winning the game if you DD Crow an Albion the Branded Dragon to stop the Fallen and the Virtuous access in the end phase? The answer is probably not, because they still have all the other things that they've made. Yes, you can DD Crow a Phimena when they try to add it back with Urgula. Sure, that's not the worst. But does it win you the game? I don't know. I really don't think so. So yeah, maybe DD Crow gets a maybe, but Skullmeister is not viable. Retaliating Sea. I'm gonna say it. I think Retaliating Sea is a little bit underrated against Draco Tail. I think people are underestimating Retaliating Sea right now. People are under the impression that because the Fallen of the White Dragon is now out, the deck is not that weak to Retaliating Sea anymore. I will say to an extent that is true. It is not an auto win against Draco Tail, but it does generate a lot of advantage for you. I think if you are specifically worried about the Draco Tail matchup, I think Retaliating Sea is a strong option, and I think it is severely underrated because of the new cards like playing around it. I do not think it's like, even if you start, let's say your opponent starts Fallen of the White Dragon, summons the Ecclesia, tags out, like makes the Ecclesia synchro, tags out into Cartesia, activates Cartesia, fuses 2 Draco Tails from hand, and you're not preventing any of that at all, okay? Cartesia resolves, they summon Arthalion with the 2 graveyard effects, they get Ketu and Rahu, they activate Ketu, search 1, activate Rahu, and then you're Retaliating Sea. Yes, they've played. You haven't won the game yet, but that's still a lot of value. And it depends what deck you're playing, because one major problem that I've found with Retaliating Sea in certain decks is that it's really annoying to play while that card is still on the field for some strategies. Like if you have Retaliating on the field and you play Draco Tail yourself, like that can just be annoying. You might have to go like battle phase and crash it or something to even play the game. And at that point, it feels really weak to me if I have to do that, right? If I have to like crash my own Retaliating just to play the game, then it's bad. But if my deck can actually use the Retaliating Sea or just not care about it, then I like it. So I do think the card is underrated. I do think it's strong. I think it shouldn't be underestimated. And it's definitely strong against Draco Tail. And one thing I like about it is that it also covers Lunalight. It's a good card against Lunalight, unironically. And it also happens to beat Sky Striker, so please don't play it. But no, there's other decks like Lunalight, Sky Striker, Branded. Pretty sure against Gem Knights it's okay. You've got Memento in here. Like you'll randomly encounter matchups where the card is just good. So yeah. And then we've got the banish thingies. Chaos Hunter is not good because Malice is gone. Lancia gets a maybe. And this is just because I don't think there's going to be a lot of Malice, but there's a few other things that you could argue Lancia is not bad against. Like, for example, it is one of the better hand traps if you want to be safe from Lunalight. So if you are a little bit uncertain about how many Lunalights or Malice people are still going to play, and Orchist, you could just like throw the Lancia into your side deck to like better be safe than sorry if you have the room for it. It's not the worst against K9 either. Crystron, K9 Crystron specifically. Of course, K9 in general not, but Crystron maybe. So not completely useless. I think Chaos Hunter just is a little bit too weak for those matchups and not as reliable. So I think Chaos Hunter just stops seeing play entirely. But Lancia as a safety net for some of those matchups, I think is still okay. All right. Phantasme. Phantasme is I mean, I love Phantasme. You guys know this. I never main decked this card in this format because it's just not good against Draco Tail specifically. However, it's a pretty solid card to advance your game state a little bit against Radiant Typhoon, Sky Striker. It's not as bad for the side deck if you wanted to do it. I don't think it's particularly high priority. It's probably down the line a little bit. Probably it's more like this. Yeah, more like this. But it's not completely useless. K9. And of course, when we're talking K9, we're just talking about Izuna as a whole. I think Izuna is definitely still a solid card. You have applications for it in most matchups. You know, we're talking Draco Tail, definitely usable. Against K9, it helps. Radiant Typhoon usually triggers it with Crocea. Against Lunalight, it'll be live. Against Mitsu, it'll be live. Against Crystron, it'll be live. So I think it's definitely a solid card. Maybe even strong. I like it because it kind of toes the line between the two things that I've said earlier, right? Like, it doesn't stop your opponent from playing completely, but it helps you advance your position while interrupting the opponent a little bit. Like, let's say you play against Draco Tail and you summon Izuna to make Valon, and then Valon books one of their monsters, and that can be inconvenient for them, right? Like, let's say they start with the Fallen of the White Dragon, and you immediately summon Izuna, and like book something to stop them from making the synchro right away. That can be annoying. But then also you expose the Valon to like getting hit with like the Albaz fusion, maybe. That could be inconvenient. But at the same time, you are also creating a Valon on the board, which can be threatening the Draco Tail Flame, as well as it hits the graveyard. So like, I like that it's more like removal based and also advances your own board state. Also, one thing that is not to be underestimated is that the Lupus stays in rotation. So even if they can deal with the Izuna, like the Exceed that it summoned, the Lupus will be available to you next turn. The biggest downside of this card is another card that a lot of people are going to be playing, and that is the Fallen and the Virtuous. The Fallen and the Virtuous we're going to talk about in a second, actually. Let's do this after the hand traps immediately. This card is very popular this format, and if they just Fallen and the Virtuous pop the Lupus, that's gone for the rest of the game, right? So that is annoying. So I guess one thing you could do with Izuna, this is something that it really depends on your hand, and there's more skill ceiling to this card, is you can wait for your opponent to combo, and then when they set the Fallen and the Virtuous, because they're about to go into the end phase, you can activate the Izuna and punish them for that. That is just one way to do it. But there's a lot of potential with Izuna in this format, and I've been liking it. You can just play Lupus at multiples. That's something that's worked in the past with like Typhon, and then make Zeus with it. That's all things that you can do. So I'm a fan of the Izuna Lupus package. I liked it. Thoughts about making Zenmayu at the end of the main phase? Also something you can do, right? You can go Izuna Lupus, make Zenmayu, and then pop like Flame and Sting immediately or whatever. That's solid. If it works. Okay. Droll and Lockbird. Honestly, compared to what this card used to be, I feel like it's fallen off. I still have a hard time putting it too low because it does give you this sort of like safety net against some of the decks, but let's really think about this, okay? Draco Tail, not that valuable. Vanquisol K9 and Crystron K9, it's potentially good, but if you are unlucky and they start with the K9 cards immediately, then they just Ripper negate it, so I don't think it's that reliable against it. Radiant Typhoon usually does a lot of its searches in the draw phase to play around Droll and Lockbird, which is really annoying. It's good against Sky Striker, good against Lunalight, good against Mitsurugi, unless they have Prayers plus Tribute in draw phase as well, so there's ways to play around it for those decks as well. Personally, I don't think it's main deck worthy, but it's a solid side deck card for like the K9 matchups and for Sky Striker, Lunalight, White Forest, that type of stuff. Ryziel, on a mat, whatever. Like I think it's a solid side deck card, but I would not main deck it right now. I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, I'm never a big fan of Droll and Lockbird, but there's been formats where I was like, okay, you definitely need it, like Ryziel Mitsurugi or whatever, or against Yamimitsu. It was definitely stronger than it is right now. So I'm happy to say that Droll and Lockbird I don't think is going to be everywhere this format. Is that all the hand traps out of the way? Oh, I guess there's Songs of the Dominators. Songs of the Dominators is a solid card if you can play it, but because I mean, you know, if your deck can play Songs of the Dominators, it's probably okay, because like luckily for Songs of the Dominators, Imperm and the Dominus traps are higher quality than the other hand traps in the format. So if you can lean into that concept more, then I think it'd be okay. Like playing 3 Imperm, 3 Songs, and Purge or Impulse, depending on what your deck plays, is, I think, an okay approach, right? Not the biggest fan of that approach altogether, because I don't like too many hand traps right now, but it's okay. Yeah, decks like Sky Striker could play Songs of the Dominators with one of the Dominus cards. It's been done in the past, but I'm not sure if I like it over playing other thingies. Sheena is a hand trap too. Sure, I included Sheena here as well, as like I think it's more of a board breaker than a hand trap realistically, but sure. We'll get to the new cards in a bit as well. All right. The Fallen and the Virtuous is my favorite card this format so far. It's kind of a cold take because everyone's playing it already. It's not like I'm telling you something new, but I think this card is top tier. Maybe even rivaling Fuva. This card, there's one thing I know about my YCS Dortmund deck. There's one thing I know, and I know that card is going to be in there. That card is going to be in my deck for YCS Dortmund. I have no idea which deck it's going to be, whether it's, I don't know, Draco Tail, Radiant Typhoon, Sky Striker. I have no idea what it is, but I love this card. I think it's so fun to play with. I think it's awesome that a destroy one card on the field somehow has made its way into modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I think if anything, that is a great sign for the format, that you actually play a card that's like destroy one card on the field and is actually playable. The reason why this card is so good, in my opinion, is because the format is grindy. Believe it or not, the format is grindy right now. Decks like, we've talked about it earlier, decks like Radiant Typhoon, decks like Draco Tail, even Vanquish Soul, like, you can't stop these decks from playing entirely. It's just not consistent. I know all the Handtrap Andes are gonna be sad that they can't just like imperm Ash Veiler the opponent and just pass like in their beloved Snake Eye format. But it doesn't work this format. You're gonna have to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And this card is great whenever Yu-Gi-Oh! Is being played because it's a simple thing, quick play interaction, so many applications, and it creates follow-up. It's a phenomenal card in grindy games. And of course, when you draw it as your only non-engine going second, it's not great. And you're not gonna win the game just off of it. But it has so many different things it can do, right? You can dodge Draco Tail Flame. You can dodge the MST negation, like by hitting the continuous trap or hitting your own card or whatever. Like you can chain block with it as well. You can use it on their monsters if there's anything you care about. You can use it on floodgates. You can use it going first by just setting it. Even the secondary effect of it comes up sometimes now that people actually play Ecclesia. So this card is just phenomenal. Does everything. Card is phenomenal. So I've been a big fan of this card. I think every single deck that I've been liking in the format so far has been playing this card, and I've been loving the approach of, like, for example, in the Draco Tail matchup, I would Fuba them or Perulia them, or I would Ash the Rahu, and then on my turn I would like use the Fallen and the Virtuous to dodge the Draco Tail Flame, and then I would just enter a grind game from there and try to win from that perspective. That's been very enjoyable for me, and that's been how I've also had the most success this format. Whenever I tried decks that rely on trapping the opponent too much, that didn't work for me. And whenever I tried like pure board breaker approaches, that also wasn't always working. So this card, I think, excels really in those hybrids. And once again, it is one of those board breaker type cards that also works when you're going first, like similar to cards like Droplet or Forbidden Crown, which we're going to talk about in a bit as well. Big fan of this card, been loving it. Lava Golem in Sphere Mode, and I guess Kaijus, the category that I like to call tributing your opponent's shit. I left out Kurikara because I don't think it's a real card. We've been discussing Kurikara every single tier list for the last years, and it's never seen play, so I decided to leave it off, which I probably should do with Skullmeister as well. But alas, Kaijus, not impactful enough. Unless you can search it to out like a Liger, I guess. If you play like, I don't know, dinosaurs, and you can search Dogoran, then sure, why not play one? But generically, not very good. I think there's a reason to play like the light kaiju maybe in Draco Tail if you play Branded Fusion. You know, okay, you know what? In fringe cases, I'll give it a maybe. Basically, if the kaiju is searchable, then play one. That's fine. You can play one if you want to respect Lunalight, but don't play like 3 kaijus because you're trying to draw them. That's not something you should do. Lava Golem and Sphere Mode actually are decent this format, I think. They are not like the craziest cards. I'm gonna throw them in solid, but there are some decks right now that don't necessarily need their normal summon, and having one of these two as like a failsafe against Lunalight and some other combo decks in the format, like for example, let's say you decide to play a board breaker power spell Radiant Typhoon deck, okay? And you are really afraid of Lunalight and Canine Crystron summoning Spell Canceller, right? These two cards are your friends, right? Radiant Typhoon doesn't need the normal summon, and you can solve those problems if you draw those cards. At least you now have a realistic win condition against those matchups should you be going second after siding. So it's worth considering in those particular matchups and those particular decks that don't rely on their normal summon. You know, you could play this in those. So those are solid. Called by. I mean, Called by is always a strong card, I guess, if you can play it. I mean, it's just The reason why most decks don't main deck it these days is because it's not great going second. It's just good going first. So that is that. But most combo decks are definitely going to side deck this card for going first. And I mean, it's still a top tier card. You're just not going to main deck it all the time if you're worried about going second. Some decks are going to main deck it, like, I don't know, Sky Striker, Luna Light, combo piles like the K9 decks might main deck it. But yeah, I mean, it's called by. It's got its obvious applications. Crossout is a decent bit worse than Called by the Grave, simply because you also have to have the targets in the deck. So if you're like siding Crossout and you're worried about Fuba, you have to keep a Fuba in your deck going first, which is kind of bad. So Crossout is weaker than Called by, but for what it does, it's still a very busted card, right? Okay, spell and trap removal is pretty okay. There's two aspects here. We've got Duster and Lightning Storm, which have applications in certain approaches. For example, what I have seen people do against Radiant Typhoon and Draco Tail is let them combo, then activate one of these, which don't win the game on the spot. But if you can make them resolve, you at least get rid of some of the problems. Like, for example, you need to pair Duster and Lightning Storm with, for example, a Ash Blossom to negate Flame, or Fallen of the Virtuous to negate Flame, right? If you can pull that off, Duster plus Ash against Draco Tail Flame, you also get rid of Sting, Horn, Fallen and the Virtuous. Pretty neat if you can pull that off. So if your deck already centers around a lot of like dodges for those cards, like if you're playing Ash, Fallen, Droplet, whatever, then you can consider playing them. But I think it's worth noting that that play doesn't even win you the game from that spot, right? Like they still have Pymena, Ecclesia and the Black Dragon, maybe a Secretarion on the board, Gulamel might be on the board. Like there's still a lot of things you have to go through if you have this 2-card combination to beat the back row. So because the back row is not everything, I'm not a huge fan of Duster and Lightning Storm, but in certain approaches they can work. So I don't hate them either. Cosmic Cyclone, on the other hand, and to an extent, I guess, Mystical Space Typhoon, but Mystical Space Typhoon usually is worse than Cosmic unless you're playing Radiant Typhoon, is also pretty solid. I like Cosmic for a couple of reasons. This card actually could see some play, I think, and that's also, I think, something that speaks for the format. But this card gets rid of a lot in Radiant Typhoon because, and this is something that's maybe, if you haven't tested against Radiant Typhoon, you might not be aware how much of a big deal this is. If you can resolve a Cosmic Cyclone on the Radiant Typhoon trap, that is really good because they cannot get it back from Banished. What this does is they have to basically, what they have to do, so the way this goes, right, is you activate a spell card that they want to negate. So they chain MST. You say, okay. Then they chain the trap card to negate your card. Then you chain Cosmic on the trap. If they want to keep the trap around, they have to chain another MST onto their trap. Then it goes to the graveyard. And then they can either set it back with its own effect, or they can replace it if they still have the link to. So in order for it to not get banished, they have to chain another MST to it. And what you get from this exchange is actually quite valuable, because think about it. Like if we go through that entire chain, they've lost 3 cards. No, they've lost 2 because they get the trap back. But they've lost 2 cards. You've lost 2 cards, but you resolved your spell. Right? So you only lose 1 card. You lose the Cosmic, but you resolve your spell because you stopped the trap card from resolving because it's not on the field anymore. Right? So I think that exchange is pretty good against Radiant Typhoon. I think this card is pretty solid against Radiant Typhoon. Against Draco Tail, this card is a little bit worse than like Mystical Space Typhoon or Fallen at the Virtuous, because yes, you can dodge Draco Tail Flame with it, but your spell gets banished, which depending on the deck maybe matters, maybe doesn't matter. Ultimately, I think the thing that matters the most is you are dodging Draco Tail Flame. Double Cyclone would be better for this. Double Cyclone would be better for this, Double Cyclone is also viable in the Radiant Typhoon matchup. The only difference is Double Cyclone doesn't force them to chain the MST because Double Cyclone destroys the trap and they really don't want it to be banished. So if you chain Double Cyclone, they just let it go, right? They just let it go and then they activate another spell, then they put it back with the Link monster, and then they can still negate with their other MST. That's speaking about the full setup, right? So Cosmic against Radiant Typhoon, I think, is significantly better. Double Cyclone is significantly better against the thing. Double Cyclone go for a set, though? No, you can't do that. So basically, I mean, you could do that, but that won't work. So let's say you activate an important spell card that you want to force through, right? Oh, wait, no, you can do that. You can go after a set, right? Because the trap won't negate because your target is gone. Yeah, okay. No, it's also fine. Yeah. Your spell is gone. Yeah. If they end on the Link monster, the trap will come back though, right? But yeah, no, both Cosmic and Double Cyclone. Actually, I didn't include Double Cyclone now that you mention it. I think both Cosmic and Double Cyclone are solid for those matchups. So if you are going a board breaker approach against Radiant Typhoon and Draco Tail, then I think Cosmic and or Double Cyclone are both pretty solid options. I'm gonna rate them a bit higher actually. Forbidden Droplet. Been a top tier card in my experience so far. I've been loving this card. You get to do a lot of the things that we just talked about. Dodging Draco Tail Flame, dodging the Radiant Typhoon trap card, but at the same time, this card is great against the combo decks as well, right? Like, it's great against the grindy decks like Radiant Typhoon and Draco Tail, but it's also phenomenal against, of course, any combo board except for Spell Canceller. If you're up against Spell Canceller with a board breaker approach, then I guess you're cooked. But in all other cases, this card is pretty phenomenal. Great card. Works going first. Is a little bit worse going first, of course, but really strong going second. Great value. You should be playing this card only if your deck has a lot of spells and only if your deck can break boards. Because realistically, against Draco Tail, like, even after a massive droplet, you still need to be grinding and winning the game. You are usually not auto-winning off of the droplet, and most importantly, that's one of the most important things about this format in general. Both Radiant Typhoon and Draco Tail are incredibly hard to kill on your first turn when you're going second. Like, even if you have the craziest board breakers, even if you have like Ash or like a droplet to dodge the flame, and then you have Ash for the sting as well, like all of that, you're probably still not killing that deck because they got Phimena, they got Fallen of the Virtuous, they got Ecclesia into Albaz. Like, they're not dying, okay? You have to outgrind them, but Droplet is amazing at that because it gets you into that position, and then your engine needs to carry. Basically, Droplet is the best way to enable your engine this format because it works against basically every deck unless it's Liger Dancer or Spell Canceller. Everything else, it really is good at enabling your engine to play the game. So I've been a big fan of Droplet. Whether it's Radiant Typhoon or Sky Striker, of course, in Draco Tail, I didn't play it because it's not a monster. But in those decks, great card. Super Poly. Super Poly is good. I like Super Poly. It's got value against Radiant Typhoon. It's got value against Draco Tail. It requires extra deck space, which not every deck can facilitate, but really strong card in my opinion. Really good going first. Going second, a little bit more situational, but I really like making Secretarion Dragon in defense mode against Draco Tail. Really makes it hard for them to effectively use their cards because they have to like fuse into something using away Pan or Mululu, which Mululu is just a one-of, and Pan is also often a one-of, so they might not have it. And if they don't have it, then the Secretarion in defense mode is really tough. Because, you know, no Albaz to fuse with it. Like, basically, there's Fallen and the Virtuous for the Secretarion, which, if you can bait that out first, phenomenal. But even if you can't, then you're still outing two monsters and you're forcing the Fallen onto this. Of course, it's better if your deck has good discards, so on and so forth, but been a fan of Super Polymerization. Not a fan of board clears like Raigeki. I think that just doesn't do enough, personally, is my opinion. Dark Ruler No More is a niche card. Not a huge fan of it in the popular matchups. It's not good against, not good against Draco Tail, not good against Radiant Typhoon, not good against Lunalight. Okay against Mitsu. Okay against Vanquish Soul, but they still have the Trap and Holy Sue and Izuna and stuff, so not the greatest. Against K9 Crystron, it would be phenomenal, but they play Spell Canceller often, so it's just very... It's basically if you want to cover Rogue decks. If you want to cover Rogue decks, sure. But not a high priority, in my opinion, Dark Ruler. Talents. I've been liking Talents as a one-of in decks that play well with Engine, because it's just like, you know, the good old play into their board and then draw 2 extra cards. Basically, when you're going second and you can play and it's not too late because your opponent has made an auto-win board, then Talents is pretty good. And that is, I think, relatively common in this format. Not the highest priority of non-engine, but for most decks, I would recommend the one-of if it's not like Draco Tail. Pretty solid card for me. Change of Heart, no impact. I included it because it just recently went to 3, but not going to play that. Let's do Floodgates later. We've got Evenly Matched. Evenly Matched has potential in this format. It is situational. It is situational. And here's a few things to note about Evenly Matched. People are really looking into Evenly Matched at the moment because they want to counter Draco Tail with it. Because one of the most efficient ways to outgrind Draco Tail is by resolving evenly, and then they lose their spell traps. Most of their traps are gone after evenly, and that's really good. Here's the problem. People in the TCG, because Branded Fusion is at 2, almost everyone is playing Branded Draco Tail with Albion the Sanctifier Dragon, and if they want to play around evenly, which a lot of people want to, they just make Sanctifier going first, and that's tough. So that's not great for Evenly Matched. And then the other thing is against Radiant Typhoon, where the card also has a lot of potential. They have negates for it because of the MSTs and the continuous trap. So the same thing applies to Lightning Storm and Feather Duster. They need, like, you need a card to pair with evenly to even make sure it resolves. And the same is true against Draco Tail. Yes, if you have a Bell, you can Bell the Sanctifier and then evenly the board, for example. That works. You can maybe even like Crown the Sanctifier or Droplet the Sanctifier and then evenly. That also works. Or you can, like, I guess you would Droplet away the thing that they give you with Sanctifier and then evenly after, but it's neither here nor there. There's ways to make evenly resolve. But you need to draw those other ways to make evenly resolve if you want to lean into this strategy. If you're already playing Droplet, Bell, Crown, whatever in your main deck, evenly is completely fine and valid, in my opinion. Fenrir is not impactful enough. Maybe as a going first side deck card, I could see it in certain decks, like maybe Draco Tail, because you still care about Retaliating Sea, want to make sure you can banish it once it hits the board, but it kind of hurts me to put Fenrir under DD Crow. If DD Crow makes it into the bottom of maybe, then Fenrir can go into the bottom of maybe as well, but Ultimate Slayer. Ultimate Slayer, I think, is decent as an out to Draco Tail Flame. Because you can send Entis, and then it puts them into... I guess they just activate Sting then, though. They just sting the Entis before it can trigger, but then you're just forcing the Sting. Yeah. It's not great. Yeah. Slayer is like bottom of maybe as well. Like, I can see some applications. Sending Garura or Entis against Draco Tail. Sending... It's nice that it's cost when it sends, right? It's like a budget version of the Fallen and the Virtuous, basically, because it's not a quick play spell and it can't destroy every card. It relies on your opponent's board a little bit of what it can do, but all right. I'm assuming if your deck can play Orange Light, then you just play it. Only if you have good discards for it, I would say. I'm not the biggest fan of Orange Light in general. Triple Tactics Thrust is a solid card right now, in the right deck, of course. Like, it depends. It's not the craziest thing, especially now that D-Barrier and Featherstorm are gone. You can still set different Dimension Ground, which we're going to talk about in a second, for the Draco Tail matchup or some other matchups, but there isn't really that one trap right now that wins every matchup, so going first, it's losing a lot of viability. The Black Goat Laughs is there, but that card is also not great in every matchup. So I think I think Thrust is okay in the right concept, but mostly for going second. I don't think it's great going first. Metaltronus. Metaltronus gets a maybe. This card has potential in the Draco Tail mirror. Being an out to Secretarion Dragon is nice. Also, being able to answer Altarion is pretty neat on your turn, but also on your opponent's turn. So I don't hate this card at all, but I just think it probably loses out in comparisons to all the other cards up here. And it's simply like, here, the cards in the maybe category, right? Like, if you look at cards like, let's say Lancia, or Cherries, or a Kaiju, right? Or Dark Ruler, if these cards do what you play them for, then they actually win you the game, right? They turn maybe an unlosable situation into like an auto win. Like, if your opponent makes one Liger and you have the Kaiju, you go from losing the game to winning the game. If you play against Malice and you draw Lancia, you go from losing the game to winning the game. Combo pile that loses to Dark Ruler, you have Dark Ruler, you win the game. If whatever scenario you think of for Cherries actually happens, then Cherries wins you the game. Metaltronus is more like, okay, I'm happy I was able to use it. Have I won the game now? Not really, but it was cool. So I don't know. I think for a situational card, I would want it to do more. If that makes sense. All right. I wanted to bring up these two cards because they are kind of popular right now in what I'm seeing, but at the same time, there are floodgates, so the discussion on these is not as interesting. It's Di-Fi and different dimension ground, and the obvious thing to say about floodgates is, yes, if you play these cards against a deck that can't beat them, then they're good. They win the game. You're welcome. Overall, both of these just get a solid from me because they are, luckily, not good in that many matchups. Like, they're good against Lunalight, and Draco Tail, and Crystron, I guess, in the top tier category. Every other deck doesn't care about them that much, which is simultaneously the reason why they're seeing play and also why they're just solid, right? These cards shouldn't exist because it just makes it so that one half of these decks just plays them. Radiant Typhoon, Mitsu, Sky Striker can, you know, Vanquish Soul technically could. So, like, one half of these decks plays them, and the other half loses to them, which is just awesome, right? But yeah, well, basically that. And then we've got two new additions to the tier list. We've got Sheena and Forbidden Crown from Burst Protocol. Sheena is, in my opinion, a strong card. I am surprised that, like, not everyone is playing it in Radiant Typhoon. At the same time, when I have played it, you know, it is a little bit situational. It doesn't help you win every single game, but I thought it was a great card in Radiant Typhoon specifically. So I think Sheena falls into like the same vein as Dominus Purge, where like not every deck can play it, but if your deck can play it, it is a very strong consideration. And I personally have liked it, and it's cool because we can compare these two directly because both of them can see play in Radiant Typhoon. And in my personal experience, I preferred Sheena over Purge. But it is close. And Radiant Typhoon is a deck that is pretty full with like cards. It doesn't have a lot of space. It doesn't have a lot of luxury of like playing non-engine. So it's tough to decide between the two, but I've been liking Sheena more than Purge because it just feels like a more dynamic card. It feels like you can find more spots to use it, and Purge is more like, well, if I can negate a really important thing, it's good, and if my opponent has more than that, then it's not great. So I've been a bigger fan of Sheena, mostly also just because it's more fun. And then we have Forbidden Crown. I personally love this card so far, but that's also because I've been playing decks where it's really good. Like I've been messing around with Sky Striker, I've been messing around with Radiant Typhoon. Like I like this card a lot because of its flexibility. This is simultaneously why it's good and why it's also a little weird is because it does so many things at once. Each individual thing that this card does is not that crazy, but if you add them all together, I'm a big fan of the flexibility that the card gives you. Whenever you draw it, you have different applications for it. Big fan of that. But there is a chance that if you play this format and you test this format, that maybe you find that there is another card that just solves more problems for you. For example, let's say you're playing Radiant Typhoon and space is tight, you don't have that much non-engine, and you find yourself struggling with Dracotail Flame too much because you don't consistently have ways to dodge it. You might decide to play Dominus Purge over Forbidden Crown because Dominus Purge has a very specific application, and if you figure out that that one specific thing is a problem that you want to solve, then maybe Dominus Purge is better. Because Forbidden Crown doesn't have that one particular purpose, right? Like, you're not putting this card into your deck to do that one thing. You're just putting it in there because it's good in a lot of spots, and it's a quick play spell, so it's got synergies with Radiant Typhoon, right? So I'm a big fan of this card. I think it's underestimated or underrated. I think a lot of people are playing other cards for specific purposes, which I understand. I agree. Like, there's cards that have more targeted uses than Forbidden Crown, which might ultimately make them better, or a better choice rather, but I still think this card is really strong if your deck can afford to play it. So that is that. So that's how I feel about the current format. It's, to me, in my first testing, it's felt like a very interactive format. So as you can see, with the exception of Purge, Impulse, and Ash, I'm rating a lot of interactive cards really highly. Like cards like Droplet, Fallen at the Virtuous, the Molcharmies, Forbidden Crown, Sheena, Izuna, Super Poly, Retaliating Sea. A lot of those cards are all about like letting your opponent play a little bit, but then interacting with certain choke points and then like grinding it out from there. That's been my experience of this format so far. I've been enjoying that type of play style, so that's what my evaluation is based on here. There's a chance that someone finds a crazy combo brew once again, or maybe K9 Crystron happens to be the best deck again after the next YCS, and then we all have to go back to playing Imperm Veiler, Ash, Purge, Bell, Nibiru, and a Charmy or two. But for now, with Dracotail, Radiant Typhoon, and stuff like that, I've been enjoying these kind of cards. So yeah, let me know what you think. All right. Would you agree Forbidden Crown has a very high skill ceiling? I think so, yeah. I think so. I'd love to see your take on Striker right now. I've been messing around with different versions. Yeah, I'm not sure yet if I want to play it in Dortmund, but if so, you're gonna see it soon enough. I mean, the main thing I'm trying to figure out with Sky Striker right now is if I have to play Pot of Desires. You know this. The same struggle that I've been having in Master Duel is like, do you have to play Desires in this deck for it to be powerful and consistent enough? I would love not to, because I've been having a lot of problems with playing Desires in it. I would lose my one of Sky Striker spells. I would lose my Rose. I would lose Raise. I would lose like the third copy or 2 copies of the Fallen and the Virtuous, and then it was a lot worse. It was, I would much like appreciate if I don't have to play Striker in it. Desires in Striker. Yeah. Okay. Can we still submit for Deck Doctor? Theoretically, the channel is still open, but I'm not gonna lie to you, it's already 3:30, so we've got about like 1.5 or 2 hours left for Deck Doctor, and we've got a lot of submissions already. So I'm not sure if we're gonna get to the end of all of it, but you can try. There's a channel in the Discord server where at the bottom you can just post your decks, and if for some reason we have enough time for all of them, then there's a chance. But no promises, because there's also, the thing is, there's just a chance that whatever deck you're trying to submit right now, unless it's a super off the wall rogue deck, is already going to be covered right today. So what we're doing now, as I already just mentioned, is we are doing Deck Doctor. People have submitted decks on my Discord server, and we are going to go over them now and talk about them. And that is, of course, going to be TCG format. So, for each of these decks, I asked you to include a little bit of a text on why you're playing the deck or some additional input for the deck. And we're going to try to get over these. I will say, since we have a lot of decks, okay, I'm going to go over these. I'm going to try to be a little bit quicker with it, because in the past, often I've been caught rambling about one deck for like 10 minutes, and then it took forever to get through the decks, and we didn't cover that many. So depending on how much I know about the deck, I'm going to try to be a little bit quicker or whatever. Like we'll just analyze the decks a little bit and then go from it there. Okay, so I can't wait to see what decks there are. I mean, you are the first one in the line, actually. You submitted the first deck, and you submitted Grass Azamina, which is a deck that I've played a little bit in Master Duel, so I'm hoping I can give you some feedback on it. It looks like we have a 60 card deck right here. And we are basing it off of what's been going on in Master Duel, I think. So we've got Lava Golem in here, which is the first thing that I'm... Honestly, I don't think I'm a big fan of Lava Golem in TCG format in this deck right now, in the main deck. Like, I would say Lava Golem is pretty solid in the side deck for this deck, or just to make sure you can cover Crystron and Lunalight. But in the main deck, if you're mostly worried about Radiant Typhoon and Branded Draco Tail, which I think is what you should be worried about, then I don't think Lava Golem is it. I think in this deck, this seems like a great deck for Droplet, I'm not gonna lie. Because you can Droplet away all your power spells against Flame or MST. And you can send Rollback or whatever from your hand to the grave as well. I think Droplet is a perfect card for this deck. Oh yeah. Damn, cool stuff. Ink kind of expensive. Yeah, what's going on here? Card market 75 euros. TCG player 69 bucks. Nice. Cool stuff. Ink 670. All right. Can you also submit Time Wizard decks? It'd be no, we're not. No, not today. Okay, you're using a small Charge of the Light Brigade package to search Snow. Wait, is it called Snow? No, Weiss, the Lightsworn Fiend, and that can do Fiendsmith combo into Pilgrim Reaper. That's kind of based. I like that. Do you need 2 engravers for this? Why do you need 2 engravers for this? I'm trying to figure that out. I don't think so, right? You just need 1. I think you can just cut 1 engraver. I mean, I know you play the Sanct. I know you are playing the Fiendsmith Sanct, so you can search it with the engraver, and it's still a decent starter. Oh, I guess it's not a starter if you only play 1. Right, because you go engraver into Sanct, Sanct into Requiem, and then Requiem cannot activate if you only play 1 engraver. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay, figured it out. Okay. So without like I said, without spending too much time on each deck, I like the little Lightsworn package. I think that's cute. I think milling cards is based. Getting a Light Fiend in rotation is good. You don't need your normal summon for that. That's valid. I would cut the Lava Golems. And I would play Droplet, for sure. I'm not sure if Foolish Burial Goods is high value enough, but it does help with the Diabell stuff, but I'm not sure if that's necessary. Other than that, I think it looks pretty good. I would like to play a third rollback, though, to make the grass better and also make the Droplet better. So maybe you can cut like a Goods for a third rollback and then play Droplets, something like that. Yeah. Big fan of the concept, though. Even though I will say this deck more like a tier 3 strategy, so don't expect too much from it. Which I guess we can also include in general is like I can rate your decks a little bit. All right. Also, okay, now since we're not working with a 60 card deck now, we have a little bit of better of a quality of an image here. We've got Certified Geeker submitting a branded Draco Tail deck. Now, I will say this up front. Because this is probably a very common submission, I want to talk about branded Draco Tail once, a little bit longer, and then we're gonna skip the future Draco Tails. Okay, like we're gonna talk about Draco Tail in some detail. I'm gonna give you some opinions on some of the card choices, and then we don't have to talk about the same branded Draco Tail deck like 10 times, okay? So, a few things. 3 Urgulas, big fan. Love 3 Urgulas. My personal list for branded Draco Tail at the moment also has 3 Urgulas. I think it is crazy that people are playing less than 3 of that card. I think that card is the most important card, or one of the best cards to open in the mirror match, especially now that with the new Fallen of the White Dragon, you have more ways to start playing without activating a spell card. I'm a huge fan of going Cartesia effect, fusing Urgula away. That is my favorite, one of my favorite plays when I'm going second in the mirror. So, love the 3rd Urgula. 3 Pan is something I've also tried personally. I was trying to get the numbers on Draco Tails up, so I tried playing more Pans. This is something, some people in the chat called you crazy for it. I don't think you're crazy. I think that's valid. I think having Draco Tails in hand is very important. I think Pan is one of the best ones to draw with 5 mana. I don't hate 3 Pans. I think it's okay. I actually don't mind it. But of course, if you want to prioritize non-engine, if there's other cards you want to prioritize, I think it's completely fine to take out 1 or 2 Pans from this list. I would not touch the Urgulas personally. Never. I would never play. I have not played less than 3 Urgulas since I've started testing with the Fallen of the White Dragon, and I would never go back. Next thing that's worth talking about is the Fallen of the White Dragon ratio. 2 Fallen, 2 White Dragon, 1 Albaz. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you something that you could have all predicted about me if you've even seen one Josh stream in the past. I've been playing 3 White Dragon. I don't care about the higher ceiling, dude. I just want to draw the good card. I don't want to draw the bad card. I'm playing 3 Fallen of the White Dragon in my Draco Tail deck right now. I see the advantages of Fallen of Albaz. I understand. You know, I get it. You have better disruptions when you get Fubud. Your deck is stronger in general because your Ecclesia can tag out into Albaz on the opponent's turn. I understand it's more disruption and everything. I get it. I don't want to play it though. I don't want to. Look, if I test the deck and I feel like my ceiling isn't high enough, sure, I'll play it. I'll play 2 in 1. But I don't want to. I don't want to. As of now, I didn't feel like it was necessary, so I didn't play it. I've been liking 3 Fallen of White. I fully understand why you're playing the 1 Albaz. I get it. But I prefer the other way at the moment. 2 Cartesia, in my opinion, is the perfect ratio. I've not been liking 1. I think 1 is not enough. I think 2 is good. It's a good draw still. You can summon it and still activate it. That is still a valid starter. in the deck. It can be a special summon even if you have an Albaz in rotation. And sometimes it's awkward when you have one especially in my version with 3 Fallen of White, it's been relevant because I would summon one onto the field. It would go to the graveyard. I would add it back to my hand. And then on the opponent's turn, the Ecclesia of the Dark Dragon cannot summon from hand. And because I don't play Fallen of Albaz, what I want to summon with Ecclesia of the Dark Dragon is Cartesia. And so I needed a second one in the deck to be able to summon it. Otherwise, I would have had to leave the one in the graveyard in the end phase. So I've been a fan of 2 Cartesias. 1 Ecclesia is obvious. Like the Fuvas, like the Ashes, like the Magnamut. Bell is a card that was so-so for me. I've tried it. I think it's good in the mirror match when you're going second. Gives you a great chance when you can resolve your spells against Dracotail Flame. However, in other matchups, I think the Bell was relatively mediocre for me, mainly Radiant Typhoon. One of the biggest problems with Ghost Bell against Radiant Typhoon is that they usually chain block the Crocea if it's a good player. It's relatively easy to chain block Crocea, and therefore Bell loses a lot of value in that matchup. Now, of course, you can still hit other things with it, like when they activate one of the spells to search Mystical Space Typhoon, that adds from deck or grave, so you can Bell that, but that's very low impact. So Bell was okay for me, but not crazy. And then Fallen at the Virtuous is a card that I've been loving 2 or 3 copies of. I think 1 is not good enough. Yes, you can search it. Often you get it for free, but it's also a great draw in the mirror match going second. Like, it's literally better than Bell because you are dodging Dracotail Flame, but also generating card advantage in the long run. So I've been loving that card. Here's a hot take. At least my testing group has called me somewhat crazy when I've been saying that, but I don't think this deck needs Branded Fusion. I don't hate Branded Fusion in it, but I don't think you need it. I've been playing without it, and it's been fine. Because I wanted more non-engine, and I think forcing you to play Frixel isn't the greatest thing in the world. If I wanted to play more Dracotails, I would be playing more Pans. So I've been experimenting with and without Branded Fusion, and honestly, I've been enjoying the ability to play some more extra deck utility. I've been playing 3 Arthalions. I've been having room for the Shorus. I cut the Mirror Jade, cut the Sanctifier. I don't need those. I don't need Titanic Clad in my extra deck. I can play 2 Sanctifiers for the mirror match. I can play Typhon. I can play Philia Regis if I want to. I've been having a good time without Branded Fusion. I think it's possible. It's not something you have to do. It's still a really good card and valid to play it, but I don't think it's necessary. So that's something to consider. So those are the things I wanted to touch upon for Branded Dracotail. I feel like that gives you guys a lot of input, right? So TLDR, I like 3 Urgulas. I think 3 Urgulas is almost mandatory. I think multiple Pans is desirable if you can fit it. I see the reasoning behind 2 white, 1 fallen. I personally prefer 3 white. 2 Cartesia is good. Branded Fusion, in my opinion, is not mandatory, but still a solid option. I like multiple fallen at the Virtuous. And Bell is also not mandatory. So that's how I feel about all these card choices. Yeah. If you're cutting Mirror Jade, then you can drop OG Albaz and just play 3 white. That's what I've been doing. I've been playing 3 white, no Branded Fusion, no Mirror Jade, no Sanctifier, no Titanic Clad. I still think Alba Lenatus is fine because it makes the Fallen of the White Dragon a board breaker in the mirror match because you can just fuse off the Secretarion. I think that's very important. So yeah, and that's how I've been feeling about Dracotail. All right, next up, we have an Orcust list from Kin. My main problem matchup is Dracotail. That's not a great problem matchup to have. That's why the Bell and Fallen at the Virtuous are in the main. Getting or keeping bodies in grave is very important. About the extra deck, most stuff comes up. I like Boral Sword more to counter 2 Ligers, but the Reptile Link 3 technically also works. Link Karibo is the first card I would cut It can come up, but rarely. Don't know what to put instead. Side deck is the thing I'm most conflicted about. Besides the Perulia and Droll, everything else feels okay, but not good enough. All right. Well, it's been a while since I've played pure Orchist, but if I'm taking your word for it, your main deck seems pretty solid if Draco Tail is the matchup you're worried about. Of course, I think Bell in this deck, as opposed to other decks, I think Bell is mandatory in Orchist, because in Orchist, I can imagine the biggest problem is not Draco Tail Flame, but the biggest problem is Draco Tail Sting. So I think that's fair enough to play 3 bells for in order to mitigate the impact of Draco Tail Sting. And if you play this sort of lineup, like triple Fallen, triple Droplet, triple Ash, triple Bell, you have a total of 12 cards that can dodge or beat Draco Tail Flame, and 6 cards that can beat Draco Tail Sting. And honestly, if you get a little lucky going second and you draw 2 of them, like let's say Ash and Droplet or Bell and Fallen or something, you can negate Flame and Sting and have a pretty good time as a result. You can this is how this deck has to beat Draco Tail, by the way. This deck has to outgrind Draco Tail. You are never, ever killing Draco Tail going second with this deck. Like, you have to, like, Impulse or Ash the Rahu to stop them from getting access to Flame Sting. Or you have to dodge and negate Flame Sting with your non-engine, and then you have to outgrind with your Orchist cards and hope they run out of spell traps, I feel like. Which is not completely unrealistic. I was about to say the consistency for this deck is concerning. I do see that you're playing Foolish Burial Goods for Orchist Crescendo as a way to start playing as well. I do appreciate the little bit of extra consistency. This gives you, let me do some quick math, a total of, what is that, 13 starters? 14 if we're being very generous with the orchestrated return. And Symbol Skeleton isn't even that great of a starter, right? Personally, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that does it. I don't even know... Like that, this is the problem of pure Orchist in TCG. Like, if you could just play like a Sky Striker engine, because we have Nightmare Mermaid, like in Master Duel, people can do that there. 13 starters realistically just doesn't quite cut it. So as much as it hurts, I think you've got to find some non-engine to cut to play some more starters. I don't even know what kind of starters people play in the TCG for pure Orchist. Like, I guess you can... Armageddon Knight is technically full combo, I guess. But I think with a heavy heart, you're going to have to cut some non-engine to play more starters. I think 13 just doesn't do it. I don't know what the best one is. That's something that you probably know better than I do, because you're playing pure Orchist and I haven't played this deck in a long time. The last time I tested this deck was in the middle of the last year when I was preparing for German Nationals. I tried some pure Orchist before it came out even. I was messing around with Armageddon Knights because that was the best thing I could think of. But cards you can cut, probably the Black Goat Laughs. I know it's probably your idea to send it with Foolish Burial Goods, but realistically, card is not that good. I don't know if you need that. Talents, because talent in this deck is risky for a couple of reasons. First things first, if you don't have a play, then Talents is useless, which in this deck, you're not going to have a play very often. And also, the option, like, let's say you normal summon Harp Horror, make a Link 1, and then your Harp Horror gets ashed, right? There's only a limited amount of things that you can draw with Talents to actually keep playing. There's not that many, actually. So I think Talents is kind of like in this deck. So cutting the Talents and cutting the Black Goat Laughs for like 1 or 2 extra starters, I think is where I would be at, you know? That's kind of what I would do. All right. The extra deck seems fine to me. I mean, I like the Boral Sword more than the Gorgon, because is Gorgon a dark? Is Gorgon of Zilophonia a dark? Or is it Earth? I thought it was Earth. No, it is Dark. Okay. I think Boral Sword is more reliable because Boral Sword outs both Ligers at once, right? So well, even if you get double Ligered, you just make Dingirsu, which can protect twice, and then you go into Boral Sword and you attack both Ligers and the problem is solved, right? Whereas Gorgon, depending on how they place the Ligers, you can run over one Liger, but then maybe the Gorgon is not pointing to the other Liger, and then it becomes awkward, right? That's how I feel about it. Side deck, besides Perulia and Droll, everything else feels okay, but not good enough. Okay, Perulia, I like. Droll, sure, valid side deck. You need at least 3 cards for siding going first, preferably 6 against Draco Tail, because Bell is really bad against Draco Tail going first. So, is Solemn Strike the best card to side deck going first? Is Solemn Strike even better than Solemn Warning right now? In general? Solemn Warning against Draco Tail, I think Warning is better. Against Radiant Typhoon, Strike is better. But Warning is still fine. Twin Twister helps against Draco Tail. I think Double Cyclone is good against Draco Tail if you're worried about that matchup, because you can basically the goal is you activate a spell, they chain flame, and then you Double Cyclone the Sting, which is neat. The only problem is you don't have that many spells, and Double Cyclone doesn't work if you don't start with a spell, right? So that I think that makes it worse. Like, let's say you start with Girsu, and then they use Sting first, and then Double Cyclone, you don't have a spell for that. That doesn't work, right? You need a lot of spells if you want to make Double Cyclone work. So I don't think it's great here. Yeah. I feel like in this deck, you could want more consistency to go first. You could do that as well. You don't have to play Solemn Strike. You could just play more powerful cards for going first, right? You could play, I guess Cross Out, but you could side deck the talents for going first. You could side deck more starters, like extra copies of Armageddon Knight, or like a Rhoda for it, or whatever. The third Virtuous is dead. Yes. That's a good point. Good point. If you don't need the Linkuriboh or the Dark Charmer, I think you should consider playing a third target. Actually, no. You can just put the Ecclesia back with the Albion. That's not true. You can just, once you've used 2 of them, you can use the Ecclesia Engrave, put the Albion back, and then that works. Yeah. You don't need the third copy. That's all right. All right. Here, we are going to do the same thing as we did with Draco Tail. We are going to go over one Vanquish Soul K9 deck. We're going to talk about some of the choices. I'm going to give you my input on how I would approach this deck for the current format. So we don't have to talk about 15 different Vanquish Soul decks. So if I later on down the line, if I skip your Vanquish Soul deck, then you're going to have to return to this point. Or you can ask the questions now, and then we can talk about it in general. All right, K9 Vanquish Soul, new format. I've already told you in my discussions for this format what I personally would do with K9 Vanquish Soul. I will say so far in my testing, I have preferred other decks over Vanquish Soul. I like this deck, but I've felt like Radiant Typhoon, Draco Tail were just like more my style in the current format, like more grindy, less combo heavy. They suit my playstyle better, I felt like, which is why I've been focusing more on them. But I will say my favorite version, at least in theory, of this deck is the low K9 no brick approach. I've talked about this in a previous video already. My K9 ratio in my Draco Draco in my Vanquish Soul build right now is 3 Izuna, 1 Lupus, 1 Noroi, 1 Jokul, 1 Case. No quick play in the main deck, no Lantern in the main deck is what I've been trying. Because I didn't want to brick on these cards, and I didn't want to use them as starters for Vanquish Soul because I feel like Vanquish Soul has enough starters now again. And I've been trying to pair that with Pot of Extravagance again. That was my my approach to the deck. I will say, no matter which version of the deck you're playing, because someone in chat said 1 Noroi is a choice. If you're playing more than 1 Noroi in this deck in general, I think you're throwing. I think no matter which version of this deck you play, there's always 1 Noroi now. Because you have 3 Raisin, 3 Mad Love, that's already 6 normal summons. The Noroi being normal summon number 7 alongside Rhoda is already like kind of iffy. I know you want to play Noroi because it comes up, but yeah. Isn't 2 Lantern with 1 Noroi not it now? Okay, the reason for 2 Lanterns is that you needed to make like the full combos happen with the Vanquish Soul, with the K9 cards, from what I've heard, right? It's like previously those combos needed 2 Jokuls, and now they need 2 Lanterns because you need like all the different names to go into Saryuja, but you're not playing Saryuja. Which, in my opinion, if you're not playing Saryuja, you should just be playing the small K9 package, which is completely okay. You don't need Saryuja very often anymore to bridge into Vanquish Soul. You've got enough Vanquish Soul cards in your deck. Just play Pot of Extravagance with a small K9 package and you're good to go. That's how I would do it. That's my current list for Vanquish Soul. I can tell you exactly what it is. It's -2 Lantern, -1 Forced Release. I don't think it has 3 bells in the main deck, so -a bell. So that is -4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 3 Extravagance. Yeah, that's my 40 cards right now. And I've been considering cutting the bells or the Bestials for Perulias. That is my main deck. That's my exact 40. I've been going back, trapping the main deck, of course, because we got more Vanquish Souls now. Second Borger, because we've got more Vanquish Souls now. Been liking all of that. Small K9 package because they're good extenders, and Izuna is a great Handtrap and great also with the right attributes and so on and so forth. So that's been my my K9 Vanquish Soul deck that I've been testing. In the extra deck, like 3 Rock, multiple Ripper, no Nesh Knight because with Extravagance that's just not practical. Instead, multiple Valons like Tiras, 2 Typhon, 2 Zeus. 2 SPs, like a lot of 2-ofs with 3 rocks, basically, is what I've been doing. And since we're not playing the K9 rank up, we also don't need Werewolf. It was just, I think it was 2 Ripper, 1 Jax, 1 Tiras, 2 Valon for the Izuna. Something like that. It's in one of my main channel videos, I'm pretty sure. We talked about it. I showed it on there as well. That is still at the moment where I'm at with my K9 Vanquish Soul deck. And what I would prefer. If you want to play the big K9 package, then I think your list looks pretty solid. All things considered, I think if you want to play the big K9 package, you should be playing Saryuja in this deck. Probably cut the Vanquish Soul Exceed or cut the Valon, but I think it's probably the Vanquish Soul Exceed that you cut. And I would try to make it 40 no matter what, because this deck still wants consistency. And I would cut 1 bell for that. And once again, you can consider playing Perulia over bells or Bestials. I think that's fine in the main deck. Other than that, Vanquish Soul is pretty cookie cutter for the most part. Okay. Yeah. So those are the 2 ways to play Vanquish Soul, either big K9 or small K9. I prefer small K9 with Extravagance. But higher ceiling sometimes has its advantages as well. So that's that. Yeah. All right, very quick toilet break, and then we'll go into the next list. Give me a second. All right, turn the lights on so we got some light in here now. Okay. Okay. Okay, next up, we've got... This is my first attempt at Handtrap for Burst Protocol, which is a deck that I very much enjoy playing, and thus will be trying to make work for a regional. The engine is pretty standard with 3 of everything. No extra deck, so Cool Tune cannot chain block their effects that play into my board. The non-engine and side in the side in are for the 4 cards that Handtrap is currently the most afraid of: Arthalion, Murakumo, Droll, and Evenly Matched. Thunder of Ruler is the deck's best option to defeat Evenly Matched while also still having value. Okay, Dimensional Fissure is for Droll. And also good against Draco Tail. Droll is there as a Perulia out. Evenly Matched is pretty free with this deck since using the battle phase. Okay. A few things. And we don't, honestly, we don't have to talk about the fact that this deck is not going to be incredible. This deck is just not phenomenal right now in terms of its position. That's not what we're going to discuss right now. If you want to play Handtrap, here's a few things that I felt about this deck. No matter what peeps might want you to believe, I think Handtrap Architale is pretty much unplayable garbage for now. I think that card is just played around by everything. And after my first experience with the deck, I would cut it immediately. I think Leon is good. I think Torimar is great. I think Pixia is okay. And I think Architale is pretty bad. If you want to have an answer to the Fallen and the Virtuous, then Pixia is your guy. That's fine. If you really want to, you could play 2 Pixia, 1 Architale, so that you have a chance to grab the Architale, because they both work against the Fallen and the Virtuous. There's no need to have both of them. But you'd never play 6 total, in my opinion. But yeah. 3 release, 3 reverse, 3 Aniopolis is mandatory. Called by is mandatory for Droll and Lockbird. I agree with that. Forbidden Crown is interesting in this deck. It might slow down the game enough. I honestly don't hate it. I've also been a huge fan of the Fallen and the Virtuous. Of course, you're going to need an extra deck for that. But I'm going to be honest with you. Don't worry about Cool Tune. No, you're not going to play against Cool Tune at regionals. You can play an extra deck. They might chain block your stuff with the with the Cool Tune cards, but it's not going to happen. You can play an extra deck for Fallen and the Virtuous. So my suggestion, cut 3 Architales or cut 2 Architales and 1 Pixia for 3 copies of the Fallen and the Virtuous. You can keep Forbidden Crown. I'm not sure about Forbidden Chalice. I don't know what other card I would play instead, though. I mean, maybe a Pot of Extravagance. No, Pot of Extravagance doesn't work because you have to draw. I don't know what good non-engine could replace Forbidden Chalice, but Forbidden Chalice is definitely not. I mean, I know it's for Murakumo. But oh yeah, Sol and Luna. I liked Sol and Luna a lot. I thought that was cool. So yeah, cut three of the big ones for 3 Fallen and the Virtuous, and play 3 Sol and Luna instead of Forbidden Chalice. That was good. Thunder of Ruler. If you really think people are gonna play so much Evenly, then fine, I guess. But if you really care about Evenly, you could also do something like Artifact Lancia, which would also cover other matchups and could also work going second against like Luna Light or Random Malice opponents or Orcus. So I think that would be better than playing a card that literally does nothing but counter Evenly Matched. So I feel like Thunder of Ruler is a little bit cope. I just play Artifact Lancia. It's the same thing, right? If they have Evenly, they go battle phase, they waste their battle phase, you just Lancia them, then they've lost their battle phase, they've lost their Evenly. Because here's the thing, right? If you Thunder of Ruler them, then they still have that evenly. So if you get into a grind game and they ever have an open board again, you could still get evenly. Right? So tell them to play Shadow Imprisoning Mirror for Mitsu instead of Thunder of Ruler. For Mitsu, I think the card you need, and this is cringe because it's a floodgate, but the card that's best for Mitsu is this, I think. Hold up. This. Soul Drain. Soul Drain is really good against Soul Drain is really good against Mitsurugi because they just can't activate effects in the grave. And also, this card is also good against Draco Tail. So I think this card is probably good in this deck in general because they just cannot chain block anymore. Like, if you play this card, then, and only then, you can play 3 copies of Arca-Tail. Because then, if they summon Murakumo, they cannot chain block it, and Arca-Tail actually becomes good. So if you want to play 3 Arca-Tail, then you need to play Soul Drain. So, card is cringe, but, you know, if you're really trying to beat Mitsurugi, that's what you have to do. Alright, next submission is a Vanquish Soul deck, which we've already talked about, I hope enough. And next up, we've got, a Labyrinth deck. Hold up. Labyrinth from Vitia. This is my deck that I will probably play all the way until the European Championship. I really enjoyed the slower paced decks and really thinking through every interaction. This deck has surprisingly good matchup versus Draco Tail, since comboing Arias plus Trap Tricks or the Equation Cannon just destroys any grind game they might have. The worst matchup is Yummy, but with the new ban list, it's not a problem. Di-Fi is the only floodgate that matters versus my deck. Couple of things that might make the cut are Evenly instead of Nibiru. Okay. All right, let me analyze this. Does this really have a good Draco Tail matchup? I guess it is true that the Equation Cannon is pretty good against Draco Tail. Because historically, it's always been this way that level 8 is by far the easiest to hit with Equation Cannon, because you can do 4+4, so if there's 12 cards, it works. You can do 5+3, which means either 11 or 13 cards also works. You can do 2+6, which means you can hit, if you play rank 6s, which you don't. But like level 8 is relatively easy to hit because it's like middle of the pack. Also, usually Draco Tail has like level 7 as well with Gulamel, so you have options. The problem is when you're going second, if you're not specifically drawing Arias into the trap, you are not gonna keep your back row, right? You are not gonna keep your back row because they got Urgula and Gulamel to pop 2, and chances are, I mean, okay, but we're working with a rogue deck here, all right? We're working with a rogue deck, and so obviously you're not gonna win every single game going second against Draco Tail. That's fair enough, I guess. But realistically, I think Simultaneous Equation Cannon is a realistic win con against Draco Tail, yes. Not always, especially going second, and also going first sometimes, you know, they activate fusion spells, they send Urgula, and then you can't use it yet because it's too early, and then they hit it, you know, whatever. But, yeah. I don't hate the list, to be honest with you. I think cutting it down to 40 would be my priority. I think, another problem for this deck is Draco Tail's Sting. That is a massive problem with rollback strategies, right? Like if you might think like, oh, maybe they sniped my Equation Cannon, but at least I got rollback for it. But if they got Draco Tail's Sting in rotation, then you get completely obliterated. So I think having maybe a way to stop Sting could be interesting. Like Ash Blossom doesn't seem bad in this deck either. Karma Cannon seems kind of whatever in this format. Unless you're worried about Lunalight, but I think 2 Karma Cannons is probably good enough for Trap Trick. Simul Archfiends, I'm not a fan of. So I would cut 2 Simul Archfiends. I would cut the Ruma Karma Cannon. I would probably cut 1 Welcome Labyrinth. Or maybe also one Lady Labyrinth. That would be -5 cards, which puts us to 37. I would try to play a third rollback because it's a great discard for the furnitures. I wonder if Trapaholic is good. If you're leaning in on the strategy of having multiple rollbacks and trying to get to simultaneous equation cannon, like, what are you doing if you just don't find it? I know Lady can get to it, but that gets chain blocked relatively easily. So I think Trapaholic could be nice to pop your rollbacks and get to the card that you think is your main win condition. Yeah. Simul Archfiend to the side over Meows. Meows doesn't seem great this format. I agree. I don't think we need Meows in the side deck. Perulia is fine. Runics are fine to dodge destruction stuff. CDG seems good against Draco Tail, of course, when you know you can go first. Heavenly Prison, fine. Nibiru, not a big fan of it in this deck, I don't think. I think in this deck you want to let your opponent play and then equation cannon them. So I think for going first, if you want to take out the Fuwas for more consistency, I think the Heavenly is good, but also if you can't fit the Trapaholics in the main deck, then I think you could side them. Yeah. In general, I kind of like the idea of this deck. It looks fun to me. It's like a fun little furniture lab thingy. I don't think you need the trap card, to be fair. Like, literally, I think if you're playing this deck, it's just simultaneous equation cannon turbo. Like, turbo. So maybe take everything out that doesn't help with that. And then if there's any matchup that doesn't work with the equation cannon, then prepare your side deck for it. Is what I would do. So minus Lady, minus Field Spell, minus Welcome, minus Wonderuma, -2 Simul Archfiends, third rollback, any amount of Trapaholics, maybe Ashes, and then some changes to the side deck. But I like the idea. Okay. Since Josh did not evaluate this deck to the fullest of its potential in the tier list video, here's my take on Try Yummy. You can mess around with the ratios a bit more yummies, less nervals, vice versa, more try stuff, less yummies, as well as the non-engine choices, as the deck still has some flex spots in the extra deck. I also decide to side deck the new Yummy Trap since Forbidden Crown is a thing now, and Crown into Snatchy means you lose the game. Okay. Try Brigade Yummy. The reason why I didn't analyze this deck that much is because I haven't tested it, but I also haven't really, or like I haven't tested it is not correct, because I've played against it a little bit and I've seen other people play it, but I haven't played it myself to the fullest extent yet. I've just not been a big fan of it. Is the main reason. I just, like, from my perspective as a more control-y player, like if I can play decks like Radiant Typhoon, Draco Tail, or Sky Striker in this format, why would I play a deck that's like weak into Fuwa? Which is my biggest concern with this deck, which doesn't mean the deck is bad because you're not getting Fuwa every time. I just think there's better options for me out there. But okay, 3 Nervals seems excessive to me. I think it's okay to play 3 Cupsy, 3 Marshmallow, 1/1. I think that's fair enough. But 3 Nervals still feels a lot. Tri Brigade Oath. Hold up. Oath. That card necessary. Tri Brigade Oath. Target 1 link monster you control. Special summon a beast warrior, or a winged beast with a different type from your grave. If you control at least one of each, banish this card from your grave. Target a spell, negate its effects. It is a spell trap negation, but only if you full comboed, right? And you can only use 1 effect per turn. It's your negate for Rahu Ketu. The reason why I think this card is a little bit weird is because it works the exact same way like Draco Tail Flame, which means that like this is one of the highest priorities for most decks that have important spells. They play cards to dodge this sort of effect, right? Like we see cards like Droplet, Fallen and the Virtuous everywhere in the format, which is awkward. It's a spell trap negation with basically only Revolt. So you activate Revolt, and then this goes to grave. I assume Kit can also send cards, is what I'm gathering from this, right? I wouldn't know this off the top of my head, but Kit can also send any Tri-Brigade card, I guess. Otherwise, this wouldn't make a lot of sense. Right? Yeah, okay. My issue with this deck is not the list itself. My issue with this deck is what's your reason for playing it? Other than, I mean, I guess it's fun. It looks like a fun deck. But I'm like, okay, we've got a mid-range combo-y deck here, but we're playing, we've got a ton of bricks in here, like 2 field spells, Oath, Revolt, Surprise to an extent, the new Kit to an extent, Keras to an extent. There's a lot of cards here that aren't the greatest draws. Going first, sometimes the Charmy is not great. So like, and it's not the greatest deck into your opponent's Molcharmies, neither Fuba or Perulia. So it's like, what's the reason for playing it? From a competitive standpoint? If we're ignoring the fact that you probably want to play this because it's fun, it's like that. Also, how bad is this deck into Nib now without Herald of the Arclight? Is Nib a concern? I mean, it's probably a concern, but you can probably set up like Revolt Surprise anyways. I would say on average, if you can get to Surprise plus Revolt against Nibiru, that's fine. That's like good enough, I'd say. Yeah, I don't have much to say about your main deck. Your main deck looks fine. I think you could easily play 2 Bell, 3 Perulia if you want to make it better going first a little bit for the upcoming format, especially against Radiant Typhoon. I think 3 Nerval is excessive. I'm not sure what to replace it with, though. How many starters do we have? Is Nerval even a 1-card combo for this deck? Normal summon Nerval, make Linkuriboh, search Fractal, Fractal Effect, send Kit, Kit send new Kit, Kit revive Nerval, makes Topsy Yummy Way, right? Is that what you do? That seems like what you do. Yeah? Okay. So we've got 3, 6, 8, 14 straight up 1-card combos. Is Kit a 1-card combo? You don't play Almirage, so I don't think so. Kit, yeah, Kit is not a 1-card combo. With Almirage it is. Yeah, but they don't play Almirage. I don't see what it does without Almirage. I do? Yeah, okay, maybe you should. So what's cuttable in the extra deck then? Did they say anything about the extra deck? There's flex spots in the extra deck. They said Ecclesia, Albion, and Gravity Controller. Yeah, what's the Gravity Controller for? Gravity Controller, just so you basically to help with just having 1 Snatchy, I guess. I guess it's because you play 1 Snatchy now, because you're forced to. Sometimes you have to make like a synchro in the EMZ to turn it into another Link 1. That could happen, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Okay. I could see this deck getting away without Fallen and the Virtuous to make some extra deck space, to be honest with you, because this deck seems like it doesn't have a lot of important spells. Like, we can just do the thing against Dracotail where we make the flame completely invalid by just not activating spells for a moment. Like, we just start playing without using any spells, and then we like SP the flame. I think that's also neat. What does the Yummy Trap do here? Okay, so the Yummy Trap is like actually not that crazy, not that bad, but also like, of course, it's a trap, so you didn't play it beforehand. So this This is assist Yami. Once per turn during the standby phase, gain 100 life points. Your opponent pays 100 life points. You can only use one effect, one of the following effects per turn. During the main phase or the opponent's battle phase, send face-up Yami cards, 2 face-up Yami cards to the grave, including this card. Return 1 card on the field to the grave. Banish this card from your grave. Send a Yami card from your deck to the grave. The reason they play this, they said, to if the Snatchy gets Forbidden Crowned, because this sends it for cost, you stop your opponent from just attacking into it 1,000 times to attack you for game. Which you can place this for free in your opponent's turn with Marshmallow Yami. So if you don't draw it and it's just in your deck as a free option, I guess it's fine. And if you really encounter a lot of Forbidden Crowns, then sure, why not? If you have counterplay to it, then by all means, you can consider it. I'd be kind of concerned if I was playing a deck that had like 3 searchable one-of traps, 2 field spells, and Yami Surprise in it. It's not my cup of tea, but I think it's a valid option if you expect Forbidden Crown. You can also just double Dragon Lord send it. That's fair enough. Yeah, maybe you don't have to. Maybe you don't have to do that. Yeah. You can cut most of the bricks. See, that's what I would be inclined to try, but I can't tell because I haven't played the deck enough. I can't like 100% say that they're not necessary, right? I can't say like, oh, cut Oath, you don't need it. Your deck is strong enough because I haven't played it enough. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Foolish Burial is an extra starter. Foolish Burial seems like a good card. You're right. Foolish Burial because it doesn't take your normal summon. I feel like replacing one Nerval with Foolish is just nice. Because that's just a special summon instead of a normal summon, right? It is a spell, which going second into Draco Tail isn't great, but realistically, normal summon Nerval against Draco Tail, they just horn it, is also not great. So if we're comparing those two, then at least you can dodge Flame on Foolish with Droplet or Fallen. But if you get horned on Nerval and that's your only play, you got no way to stop that other than Ashen Bell, which can stop all the Draco Tail traps anyways. Right? All right. Next up, we've got Hekahan's Chimera. I'm glad I played against Hekahan's last locals because otherwise I wouldn't know what the heck, no pun intended, is going on here. Actually, no pun intended. I noticed while I was saying the sentence. My bad. I'm sorry. I take it back. This is just Chimera Fiendsmith with 7 one-of Hekahan's cards. There's one thing that I will never understand about Hekahans is that like both Iptel and Yadel read like the craziest cards for an archetype ever, and people still only play one of each because that's just how just okay Hekahans are, not good enough. Like if I have a card that says reveal me in your hand, I go back into the deck and then you special one from the deck. If that's a one of, how bad does the archetype have to be if that's a one of? And also if it goes to grave, it also gets a bonus effect. Like those cards are crazy. Also the spell is like the spell is a freaking Rhoda and it's a one of. What are these cards here for? So okay, I know that there's probably people in chat who've played way more of this deck than I have. So what is genuine question, okay? What is the advantage of the Heckahands cards in Chimera Fiendsmith, because I understand Chimera Fiendsmith as a concept. I can get behind it. What do the Heckahands card add to this? You set 2 counter traps. So what you're telling me right now is that if I go full combo with my Heckahands Chimera Fiendsmith deck, I win the game? Yes. Okay. I have a question, if I may ask one. Don't you think Chimera Fiendsmith, if it goes full combo but doesn't play Heckahands cards, wins the game? Nah? Nah? Josh is the #1 enemy of win more, and I love it. I mean, I kind of am that. Yeah, to be fair, this is not fair because you're fighting a losing fight. Like you're arguing with someone who loves lower ceiling, and hates win more. That's true. I'm not being fair. I mean, okay. I'll entertain the thought. Okay, we'll go through it. Chimera Fiendsmith ends on a Handtrap, Caesar, Chimera Fusion face down, which also means you have a monster negate because Mirror Sword Knight is in rotation somewhere. You've got Fiendsmith follow up. You can, if you want to, you can access like the. I mean, here's the thing, right? You've got Diabels, no? The thing that says your opponent's Radiant Typhoon deck explodes. That thing's in there, right? You could play that. That's an illusion. I mean, it's a brick, but it's 1 brick instead of whatever this is, right? So don't tell me you're losing to Radiant Typhoon, and that's why I'm playing 7 Heckahands monsters if you could just play 1 Diabels. So I don't know. It's the problem is I don't have any suggestions for what you could do about this, right? I mean, I see it, I get it. But I don't know if I think it's better than just Chimera Fiendsmith with like a Diabels, right? And I think all things considered, both of these decks have pretty much the same problems, right? If they get Fuwad, if they get hand-trapped in other ways, I don't know how much the Heckahands cards add to that. Also, how do you bridge into the Heckahands? Do you send one of them for the Chimera Baphomet fusion? I assume you send like Ipdel or Yadel. I don't know which one of the two does what. One of them sets a spell from grave. One of them, I think, searches. Gazelle searches. Ah, you fuse Gazelle and search an illusion, right? Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. They both set from grave unsent. Ah, okay. So you searched them with Gazelle, and that's that. Okay, fair enough. Uva is fine. I can see the cross out and the drolls in the main deck. All right, I can see them. I know what they're here for. Don't try to fool me. Don't tell me that your favorite combo deck's combo is fine into Fuwa. All right, I can see the cross out. I can see the droll. I know what they're here for. All right, I know what you're trying to do. I know you're trying to self-droll or whatever if you get Fuwad because they're not fine. I've played Fiendsmith combo decks before, alright? Crossout is for Droll. Oh, that's why Droll is a 2-of in a format where it's not good against any of the decks. Right. Yes, you play 2 Drolls because it's just for crossout, and the crossout is just for roll. Yes, it's not for Fuba. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. 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 All right. Europa boy, this is the 7th time you've brought Centurion to the class. All right. Wait, you're playing Fallen of White and Spenta Centurion. Dude, this is the definition. This is the definition of overcooking just to play your favorite archetype. And I'm here for it because nothing in this deck needs Centurion to work, okay? Like, you could just be playing freaking Spenta and Fallen of White slop, and there's no reason to bridge into Centurion, but you can. Wait, can you even? Is Primera Primus generic? It is generic. Oh, that's cool. Wait, but what's the plan if you start with the Fallen of White? What is the plan if you start with the Fallen of White and you go into Primera Primus? You can't make the level 12s because you're locked into level 8. You normal summon it. Okay, you don't lock yourself, you normal summon it. All right. You're asking too many questions? All right, okay, my bad. This looks fun. The boring thing to tell you is that you should just play Draco Tail instead. But that's not based. That's not helpful. Obviously, you're doing this because you want to play Centurion, which is fun. I will never forgive them. I just got reminded, but I will never forgive them for Centurion Gargoyle and Wake Up Centurion. Whoever designed those cards, know that there's always, every once in a while I curse you for making Gargoyle and Wake Up Centurion the garbage cards that they are. I understand you probably have to play them. I'm not telling you to cut them. It's just something that made me mad right now. It's just every 2 weeks on average I get mad about that. I mean, you've got everything you need for the Centurion package. You've got everything you need for the Albaz package. You've got everything you need for the Spenta package. And your non-engine choices are solid. You've got a total of 15 non-engine, which isn't bad by all means. We've got 3 Ash, 3 Bell, 6 Charmies. We can discard the Charmies for the field spell when we're going first. We have Called By. And we've got Fallen and the Virtuous Axis. Is it the best way to play Fallen and Spenta? No. Is it going to be crazy expensive and still a rogue deck? Yes. But if you really want to play Centurion, then I declare based, I suppose. I think your extra deck could be a problem because I don't think you are realizing the full potential of the Spenta here. Because what if... actually, you know what? It's fine. No, it's fine. It's okay. Don't look into the side deck. All right, I'll ignore it. I'll ignore the side deck. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. What if we cut Fallen of Albaz and we add a third Fallen of the White Dragon? And then we can cut Secretarion and Titaniclad and the Dragon that Devours the Dogma for SP and 2 utility like Magistus cards. We can do that. Because realistically, yes, the Magistus level 8 Synchro is pretty strong. The Magistus level 8 Synchro is pretty strong. Also, like having Riliona or whatever the Exceed is called for back row removal could be valuable. You could look into Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon as well. Right? Right? The Snatch Steal one is kind of nice. Yeah. I mean, but like genuinely, Doomed Dragon with the amount of level 4 tuners you have, like there's probably spots where you can just Doomed Dragon and then make Legatia with it. That seems neat. I think that seems like a fun card to have in Centurion Magistus. You got a lot of monsters in the spell trap zone, so I think that's fun. All right. Mask said, I'm enjoying Cool Tune a lot at the moment, and especially with Zalen now, the deck plays surprisingly well. I'm mostly stuck on non-engine, for which I would probably need to test a lot more, since I feel like it's not even close to optimal yet, and I'm still undecided on Duelist Genesys. On one side, it gives the deck another starter going second, gets you to both extenders if you can start playing, but at the same time, it can feel quite clunky in hand. Zalen adds a lot to this deck. Now you can interact with cards in hand and grave if needed, and you can make Satellite Warrior since closing games was quite hard before. Okay. Dude, I'm glad I played Cool Tunes at locals, because otherwise I would have no idea what to tell you right now. This deck's very fun. I'm glad someone submitted it, and I am liking what I'm seeing right now. So let me go through it. The 12 Cool Tunes, we don't have to talk about it. One Field Spell, I wholeheartedly agree. Don't think this card is very desirable to have at more than one copy. Obviously, 3 copies of Cool Tune Synchro, 1 copy of Red Nova. Obviously, 3 copies of Overtake. In my opinion, my first impression of this deck, Duelist Genesys, 3 of. I think. I think Synchro Overtake and Cool Tune Synchro are the 2 best cards in your deck by far. If there's a card that searches both of those cards, I'm a fan. All right. I would play it. I like it. I think the deck has enough tuners so that the card is not dead in your hand, even if you're going first. I mean, realistically, you have 12 normal summons, plus Red Nova, plus 3 Rhodas, plus 3 overtakes. You've got like enough normal summons to make the card work. In worst case, I mean, if you normal summon Clip and activate it, I guess that's not ideal, but it's better than not playing the game at all. If you have a starter in your hand already, then Duelist Genesys is one of the best cards to have. I'm a big fan of it. I think it's great. So the first 23 cards of the deck here, I agree on, and then the non-engine. All right. Huva, great, would play it in this deck. Ash, great, would play it. Valor, great, would play it. Valor specifically because level 1, I think, is really important for this deck. Bell, okay. I got no issue with Bell. I think Droll and Fallen the Virtuous is where I'm not sure. So Droll, I would definitely not play. I'm not a fan of Droll and Lockbird in the current format. It's not in the main deck, at least. In this deck, not a tuner either. So I think this deck is a great spot to play some of the more situational hand traps that we've talked about in the tier list earlier. I think this is a great spot to try out some Ghost Ogres or Mourners, simply because they do have this sort of like thing. If you don't find a good spot for them, then, well, you can use them as synchro material, and that's okay. So I think Ghost Ogre and Mourner, maybe even Cherries, they could have a home in this deck. If you find the room in the extract to play Cherries, you could do that. Fallen the Virtuous, as much as I love that card, I don't know if it's at its best in this deck, because I think this deck is going to struggle playing into boards, and you don't have... I mean, it does protect your spells, and you do have powerful spells, and it does protect them from Dracotail Flame a little bit, so maybe it's okay, maybe I'm underestimating it, but I feel like just maximizing on tuners could be better. I think Pot of Extravagance is a consideration instead, maybe. And I also think, yeah, like cards like Ogre, Mourner, maybe even Cherries in the side deck could be valid. But of course, if you want to try Cherries, then you can't play Extrav. In side deck, I like the Cyframes in this deck. I wouldn't main deck them, I think. But I think the Cyframes, because they're level 2 tuners, if you draw them in the middle of the game, you can still do something with them. I think that's okay. Of course, hate drawing Driver, but I think siding like 1 Gamma and 2 or 3 Deltas is valid in cool tunes. Yeah. Oh, let me look into Satellite Warrior real quick, just out of interest. What I know what Satellite Warrior does. It pops cards, but how do you summon it? Does it not need tuners, non-tuners? Satellite Warrior needs a tuner and non-tuner synchro monsters. Oh, but Zaylin can be treated as a non-tuner. I get it. Oh, okay, that's neat. That's neat. So, oh, that destroys a lot of cards. You could target cards up to the number of synchros in your grave. That's a lot of cards and a lot of attack. Okay. That's fun. You're not always tuner locked. Yeah, like sometimes you are, but not always. It doesn't, I don't think it's going to come up very often, but when it does, it's going to hurt. That's cool. Okay. Ooh, okay. For hire. Dude, for hire GMX. I've actually, believe it or not, I've tried this deck. That was one of the first things I tried after the GMX cards was announced. That night, I sat down and I played some for hire. I want to go about this in 2 steps. The first thing is I want to talk about whether I think this deck is viable or not, and then the second thing is we can talk about some of your card choices. I unfortunately thought that this deck was not viable after testing it for a couple of hours, and then I discarded the idea, which I know is gonna sounds sad, but it's not that it was bad. It's just that it was, in my opinion, not competitively viable at the point where I would consider playing it at like a YCS or something. Like this is the type of deck that you can definitely expect me to maybe bring to locals at some point after YCS Dortmund. But for now, I discarded it because I want to focus on the stuff that I think is actually viable for YCS Dortmund, and this deck didn't feel like it was it. The problem I had with this deck was that I think it is giga weak to removal going second. When you play into a board with this deck and they just remove your bodies, you just can't get anything going, man. The cards are so fun, but it's so hard to establish a board presence when you go second. Going first, no problem. I was doing completely fine going first. Even against cards like Nibiru or Fualos, you have great ways to play around them now. But I had a lot of trouble playing into boards going second. In terms of the list, I was playing multiple copies of the fusion spell. I thought that was neat. I didn't try Sheena, admittedly. I mean, you do have Rex in the deck to facilitate that card, and Donpa and Philo, so maybe that card's cool. I haven't tried it. I didn't play the level 1 Dino. I didn't think that was necessary. I just went for, like, my plan was just activate the fusion spell, summon Alos, and either hit Rex or the little Rex, and that was good enough for me. I didn't really play the Dino Danin, but that's fine. And I played Fossil Dig because I still thought that Rex was good. I guess one advantage of your version is that you're playing very few spells, so Dracotail Flame, you might not lose to it when you're going second as much, which is an advantage. I like that. But yeah. So let me think. My list was 1 Rex Gale for hire because I wanted to avoid hitting it with the fusion spell. I wanted to hit Rex Fright for hire, not Gale. So I played 1 and 3. So it was 1 Rex, 3 Beat, 3 Fright. I think I tried multiple Rafale for the 2-card combos with Beat and Rex. I played 3 Storm, 1/1/1. I played Philo and Donpa, but I eventually cut Wiz. I played the Trap. I played 3 Fossil Dig to still have more copies of Rex in my hand, because it is a good card to draw, I'm aware, but then I have 4 copies instead of 3, which is more. I played 3 copies of the Chairman. I only played 1 Saland as a Rhoda target, because I played 1 Saland, 1 Rhoda, so that I could Rhoda for Beat or Saland, because Rhoda seems like a really good card in this deck, because you can choose between GMX or Beat. So I played Rhoda instead of the extra copies of Saland, which gave me a total. It gave me a total of 4 GMX monsters and 4 dinosaurs, which in testing, activating the fusion spell, it was a little scary. The most amount of damage I took from the fusion spell in 1 day of testing was 6,000. There was one game where it took me 15 reveals until I got a dino and a GMX. And I took 6,000 damage from it. Because I played 4 and 4. So, you know, maybe play a little more than that. And then non-engine, I played I played Fua, Ash, and then I don't remember the rest of it. But yeah, that was that. So that was the list I tried. I thought it was fun. I thought going first, it was very capable. I thought going second, it was kind of lacking, but maybe you can find a fix for that. Maybe if you play 3 Sheenas and 3 Rex scale for higher, maybe it gets better. But yeah, that's like where I was at with this deck. I've been trying with more dinos like Miskinovi, and it feels really nice. Look, the GMX package, honestly, if there was anything to take away from these GMX cards, is that genuinely this package is strong. Like, the deck itself, like in its pure form, might not do anything, but as an engine, that shit's got potential, and you can't tell me otherwise. Like, it does a lot of things for any deck that has good dinosaurs in it. The fusion spell is custom. You are getting so much value from these cards. They are starters, they are extenders, they are consistency, they are like multiple bodies without normal summon. These cards are good. They probably will never make a good pure GMX archetype, but as a splashable engine, they check all the boxes. They've got no bricks in it if you don't play Dino Deneen, and you don't have to. So like basically no bricks or minimal bricks, no locks, minimal extra deck space, because literally it's enough to play 1 or 2 fusion monsters, and it all works. It all works. No restrictions, no locks. The only thing that you do is you take some damage. So I think this engine has potential. And maybe the second wave is crazy. Who knows? The second wave could be crazy. You never know. All right. Jordanian submitted Rocket Dragon Link Bestial, which first of all, based as hell. Base deck. I love the look of this deck already. Since I haven't played this deck much, I'm just checking real quick on if there's anything obviously wrong with it, because I'm having a hard time giving you feedback on a deck that I haven't played yet. But in theory, I think all of these ratios work out quite well. At least to me, it looks good in terms of the ratios. I like the 3 Tracer, 3 Loader. Caliber, I don't know if it's necessary, that one. I like 1 Detonator, 1 Absorouter, 1 Noctovision. I like 3 Quick Launch. I like 1 Double Interlock, Boot Sector, of course. Small Baby Dragon package, Chaos Space, I'm on board with. 1 Lubellion, because you can access it via Serenir, and you would rather draw Serenir, question mark? Because I'm thinking, like, you should probably play a smaller Bestial package. I know those cards are fun, but I don't know if they are necessary in this format. You don't want to draw Lubellion with Impulse? Fair enough. Fair enough. Impulse is probably good enough to play in this deck because you can probably play mostly with dark monsters now. I have 2 questions, I guess, for people that have messed around with Dragon Link because I'm genuinely interested. Are the baby dragons 100% necessary, or could you get away with playing like a pure rocket deck now? Or is it just like lacking extenders if you don't play those? Nah, they're bad. I stopped playing baby dragons. Baby dragons aren't necessary. Interesting. Okay. I'm not judging whether that's true or not. I'm just wondering how people feel about this because I haven't tried. But I feel like it would be good if you could cut these. Because I know they produce a lot of bodies, but looking at it like from a logical standpoint, they are not starters. They are just extenders, and they are situational extenders as well. Because, you know, sometimes you draw a dark monster with a dark dragon, and that doesn't work. Plus, in this list, they also conflict with Impulse. So if you could play without them, that would be desirable, I would say. Which is crazy to say because these have been a mainstay in Dragon Link for so long. But if you could play without them, I think that wouldn't be a bad thing. And the next question is, and this one hurts more, but do you need to play this as a Bestial deck? Because I think that is one of the things that is not well positioned in this format is like the Bestials. I guess the Bestials are fine against the Albaz stuff, like banishing an Albion, preventing Fallen and the Virtuous is cool and all. And I guess you only really have one card here that clashes with Dominus Impulse, which is the Bestial Lubellion. So maybe the Bestials are worth it. Maybe they're worth it. This is the type of deck I really want to try. It looks really fun. It looks like a genuinely fun deck, and I'm so happy they didn't bring back Savage, because if they brought back Savage, I would probably hate looking at this right now. But like without Savage, everything about this just screams fun to me. So I'm excited to try this out, but I unfortunately can't give you that much feedback on it, other than I think if you could cut the baby dragons, that would be helpful. The way I imagine it, I guess, and let me know if this is correct, because that was also my first evaluation in my video about Burst Protocol that I made a couple days ago. My first evaluation of this archetype was that the new support actually makes you okay into Nib, but you still struggle a lot into Fua. Is that correct? For the people that have already played it? Because like I feel like there's gotta be ways to beat Nib now, or at least end on something after Nib. But like what's the plan under Fua? You have to give 2 draws under Fuwa, you can play through Nib. What is the board if we pass on 2 draws after Fuwa? Like, okay, let's use the new 3 of the new rocket loader is a 1-card combo, right? If I start with this and I normal summon rocket loader, activate the effect, and I search Abza Router, right? If I'm doing the 1-card combo of rocket loader, I'm probably going search Abza Router or Nocta Vision, right? One of the two. And then I get Fuvad on resolution. What do I do? Because I'm locked into darks already, so I can't make seals. SP pass? There's no way that's the plan, right? Special Abza Router. Okay, other question. What is the combo if I don't get Fuwad? Normal summon rocket loader, search Abza Router. Special summon Abza Router. Then make Link 1 Striker Dragon, search Boot Sector launch. Then probably a Link 2 with the Striker and the Abza Router, which would be... Link 2 would be Quad Boral or Delingers. Wait, no, I can't make Quad Boral because that needs a rocket. And I have Striker Dragon plus Abza Router. So I would make Delingers. If a rocket is special to your field while discards in your grave, special summon discard Banshee when it leaves the field. Okay, so Delingerous, then activate Boot Sector Launch, then Boot Sector Launch, Special Tracer from hand that I search with Abza Router. And then I can make Triss Boral Dragon. That adds double interlock, confuse, ban. Okay, we get somewhere. We get somewhere from there. Okay, I see it. I see how it flows. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you pop with Tracer, so you get the detonator onto the field, I think. And then later on, when you fuse into this, it equips something, and then detonator summons that, so on and so forth. I get it. Okay. Sure. Looks fun. Looks terrible into Fuwa and Perulia. Maybe Perulia is okay. Set Albaz response. That's another problem. That is genuinely another problem. Yeah. Yeah. How does this deck beat Nib? Okay, so the general idea, I think, is that Boral Shroud Dragon exists, and this card says it cannot be tributed. So essentially, I think the way you're supposed to do this is you threaten Boral Shroud Dragon. And if your opponent knows that this card exists, they might be inclined to nib you before Boral Shroud Dragon hits the board. Which means that if you have enough gas, you can just force your opponent to nib you and then still keep playing after. Now, if your opponent doesn't nib you and you keep playing, then if you ever get nibbed, you at least have a half board at least, right? You have Boral Shroud Dragon, which will survive the Nibiru, and then you can kind of like maybe win with that, right? But you can't negate the Nibiru. You will get Nibiru'd, and then have to deal with whatever you have left, right? But Boral Shroud isn't scary. I don't think that's entirely true. I think it's a strong card. There's always ways to revive Boral End with multiple card combos with the new Synchro 11. I mean, this deck gets more support later down the line, so I'm sure it will get better at these aspects. What's your opinion on Boral Reboot main as a 3-of? It seems crazy into the format. I think Boral Reboot is strong, yes. I think that card is good. I think that card is good going first and also good going second. But I mean, it's like, it sucks a little that you can't search it yet. Right? Like, it's going to be so good when you can search one for free. You definitely play it, of course. Right now, it's like, is it really better than other unsearchable non-engine? Oh, yeah. Ooh. Ooh, now you're speaking my language. A Synchro branded list. Well, okay, you know what? You called it a Synchro branded list, which lured me in, but it's still, you still play branded fusion and you're playing 3 synchros and 11 fusions. I feel like I've been lied to. I feel like I haven't been lied to this hard in a long time. Bro said it's branded synchro and sent me 11 fusion monsters. Okay. I mean, this is just branded, no? This is literally, you just sent me a branded deck. The only difference, I mean, you're playing the new Albaz. I'll give you that much. That summons a tuner. You're only playing one branded opening. So sometimes if you don't have access to branded fusion, you will be making synchro plays. But in reality, this is just branded. You're playing one Aluber. Okay, you're making some attempts of forcing yourself to do synchro plays instead of activating branded fusion. Sure. So since I personally am not a brandy, okay, I don't feel comfortable giving you like feedback on a branded list because there's people out there who have played so much more branded than I have. There's just a couple of general things that I'm noticing here. I think this deck for a 50 card deck is relatively light on non-engine. I feel like for a format where there's cards like Dracotail Flame and the Radiant Typhoon Mandate, this deck should definitely be on Droplet. Like, this is the deck for Forbidden Droplet. Doesn't matter if you're trying to resolve branded fusion or not, but like Forbidden Droplet has to be in here, right? You're playing Droplet in the side deck, but there's no reason it shouldn't be in the main deck. Droll and Lockbird does not have to be here. We do not need Droll and Lockbird in a 50 card deck. That does not need to be here. Fan of the Super Poly, even though you should be playing Sanctifier for that. I think that is very good if you could fit that. Realistically, if I tell you to play Sanctifier in this deck, I know what you're going to cut in your Synchro branded deck. You're going to cut a Synchro. You're not going to cut any of those fusions. I know you branded players. I know you too well. At the end of the day, the temptation of activating branded fusion is too high. I get it. You're going to cut like Lulu Lilith or some shit. Or maybe SP. Sanctifier is there. Oh, did I say Sanctifier? I mean Secretarion. My bad. It's not Ankh Vision. It's not Ankh Vision. I just said the wrong name. It's Secretarion Dragon that I mean. Not for Super Paul. Obviously, I was talking about Secretarion Dragon. In regards to Super Poly, why would I talk about Sanctifier? It's not Ankh Vision. It's you have Ankh Comprehension is what it is. Leave me alone. Yeah. I genuinely, okay. I was thinking about this because remember when we did the tier list earlier and or like the non-engine discussion, and I told you like Fallen and the Virtuous is one of my favorite cards this format. I was thinking about like a concept like this. I haven't worked on it yet, but I was thinking like, hey, maybe is there a chance I can build a deck that focuses around like the Fallen and the Virtuous like to the maximum? Like, can I play more branded cards without actually playing branded? Because that's not what I'm trying to do. Can I make a deck like that just plays all of the high value branded cards to maximize the grind game around Fallen and the Virtuous and stuff like that? I haven't really tried that yet. And basically what that is like it's basically branded, but not quite branded. Basically, I want to play branded, but I don't want to be fusion locked. Is what I'm trying to say. Right? Because I still want to make like I still want to do the Fallen of the White plays into the Ecclesia and set that up, and then maybe like, you know. Basically synchro branded. But this is not what I was imagining when I thought about that. Yeah, branded, but cool, synchro branded, call it whatever you want. But, yeah. Okay. Radiant Typhoon. We are nearing the end of the stream, so I'm happy we have a Radiant Typhoon submission. And once again, I know I can see in the Discord server that there's a lot of decks under this one. Some of which we've already talked about, like more Vanquished Souls and more Draco Tales and whatever. But we're gonna do a couple more decks because we started stream a little bit late. But I'm not gonna be able to do all of them, and I'm sorry if your deck doesn't get covered. But I'm doing my best here to talk about a lot of decks, as many decks as possible as we can fit, because whenever we do these, I talk a lot. I mean, I talk a lot during stream in general, but like when we do analysis stuff, I talk more than when I play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I can only do so much of that until like my voice gets kind of strained. And also it'll get repetitive eventually when we start talking about the same decks over and over. But okay. Radiant Typhoon. Let's go about it one by one. 1 Phonix, agree. 1 Vaurun, agree. 3 Crosea, obviously. 3 Swen, obviously. 3 Eldam, obviously. 1 Megala. I've seen people play multiple copies. I agree with 1. I like 1 Megala. I don't like more than 1 Megala. We'll do engine first and then talk about the non-engine. 3 MST, obviously. 3 Radiant Typhoon Vision, obviously. Radiant Typhoon Ascendance, in my opinion, 1 of. In my opinion, 1 of. I don't think you need to. 3 Fallen at the Virtuous, obvious. 3 Chant, obvious. I mean, this is technically non-engine. And 1 Mandate, obvious. Okay, non-engine choices. Sheena. I'm a fan of it. I like Sheena. I think not everyone has been playing Sheena, but I like it. I think 2 to 3 copies of Sheena is correct. One thing I want to mention before we cover all of the non-engine is that there are 2 more options if you want to make this deck more consistent that I actually am a fan of in some capacity. You can play Tenki, because Tenki searches Swen, and you can play Noble Knight's Shield Bearer, which searches Eldam. I've personally found that the deck is a little bit on the inconsistent side because we have 3 Swen, 3 Eldam, 3 Chant, and 3 Crosea, which are your quote-unquote starters, which is only 12. And Crosea is not even a starter on its own. You need another spell that you can activate. And then you have Radiant Typhoon Vision, which is draw 2, discard 1, which can be a starter, but you can also miss, right? So both Crosea and Radiant Typhoon Vision kind of count, but also kind of don't count, right? And then Megala, same thing. Megala can be a starter, but is also conditional. So you have 3 Swen, 3 Eldam, 3 Chant, which are starters, and then you have 3 Vision, Megala, and Crosea, which are kind of starters. Which is not inconsistent, but it's also not consistent. It's like on the verge of being consistent enough. I think Noble Knight Shield Bearer is the better of the 2 because it cannot get negated, quote unquote, by Mystical Space Typhoon or Fallen at the Virtuous. So I've been playing around with 1 or 2 extra copies of Eldam basically by playing the Noble Knight Shield Bearer. I thought that was okay in this deck. I just wanted to have like a little bit more consistency. And so that's something I would suggest you try. But Tenki attack boost. I mean, I will say I tried for a while. I tried playing 1 Shield Bearer, 1 Tenki, just to have 1 extra Eldam, 1 extra Swen, because I was trying to avoid having 2 of the same in hand, right? Like if I play Eldam and I draw Eldam plus Shield Bearer, that's redundant. But if I draw Eldam plus Tenki, that's fine. Because then I can just Eldam for a big month for like Crosea and then still Tenki for Swen. So I think 1 and 1 is also legit. So that was my take on consistency in this deck. I think 1 or 2 extra consistency cards are good. Fuwa in this deck, I think, is okay. I mean, I'm not sure if I like it in the main deck because you have no way to use it going first. It's not like Draco Tail where you can just use it for a fusion summon. You can discard it for Super Poly in your version, which I think is strong. There is one particular card that's missing in this deck that I think is phenomenal, and that's Droplet. I think Droplet in this deck is a non-negotiable. I think Droplet is always in this deck. I like Forbidden Crown, but I don't think Forbidden Crown is better than Droplet. So if you reach the conclusion that you want to play Sheena, you want to play Fuwa, you want to play Fallen, and you want to play Super Poly, then Crown has got to go for Droplet. Droplet is so good in this deck. Personally, I would say cut down 1 Sheena maybe, 1 Ascendance, for 1 or 2 extra starters, like Tanky or Shield Bearer, and then cut one of the other non-engines, Uwa or Super Poly or Crown for Droplet. That's just gotta happen. What do you think about Pot of Extravagance? I am not a fan of Pot of Extravagance. I'm not a fan of Pot of Extravagance. Personally. Also, if you want to, I can give you some exclusive Lunalight Liger out goo for Radiant Typhoon that I found. Which is this. And the good news is it only takes 1 extra deck space to out Liger Dancer in this deck. It outs 1 Liger Dancer, not 2 though. It's this. So Great Fly is a generic Link 2 that needs 2 winds. I mean, not generic. It needs two wind monsters, and it says all wind monsters gain 500 attack. And that outs Liger because your Radiant Typhoon Trap boosts all your winds by 300, which makes the Phonics 3,800, which is good enough to attack, to double with Liger. And now the next thing you're going to say is, but Josh, they're going to Raigeki the board with Liger Dancer. You've got Bamboozling Gossip Shadow, which works against Liger Dancer because it changes the effect, which is ruled as it doesn't affect the card. This works. This is a Phantom of Yubel ruling from Yubel format against unaffected cards. You can still change their effects with Phantom of Yubel. So the plan is your opponent has 1 Liger, you special Eldam, you special Swen. That's 2 bodies. You make Gossip Shadow, you keep playing. Eventually, with like your Crocea plus whatever, like you summon Megala, you summon Crocea, Megala summons Phonics from your deck, and then Megala plus Crocea turn into Great Fly, and then you use the trap effect to shuffle back 3. And that works. It works for 1 Liger Dancer, not 2. If they have 2, you're cooked. Which in the main deck, like, here's the thing, right? You might say like, oh, being able to out 1 Liger Dancer isn't worth it because when they go first and you play no hand traps, they're gonna have 2 Ligers anyways, so you can't beat that. That's true, okay? If they go first and combo, you still lose most of the time because you can't out it twice. But here's the thing. It makes a huge difference when you go first, because you change the game, like the mechanic of the game, the dynamic entirely. And if you've ever tested against Lunalight, you will understand what I'm saying, because when you go first and your deck has no out to Liger Dancer whatsoever, you are forced to interrupt so weird. It's so awkward to interrupt Lunalight when you know you lose the game as soon as 1 Liger hits the board. Like, you have to be so afraid of, like, heavy poly, or when Lunalight fusion resolves, like, oh shit, do they have enough Lunalights in rotation? I have to negate it, whatever. Like, if you sit there and you know, hey, I can beat 1 Liger, you can be so much more relaxed. Your win conditions are so much easier to achieve when you're going first against Lunalight. It's going to make that matchup from so hard into so realistically winnable when you go first, because you can just use your interactions efficiently and you can be like, oh, well, if they have the great extenders to end on 1 Liger, I have a way to beat that next turn, right? It puts so much pressure off if you have that one way to answer it. So I'm giving you a little bit of hidden goo here because I want the Lunalight players to suffer. This is something that I came across when I tested this deck. And you play Gossip Shadow anyways, you play the Trap anyways, you play Phonics anyways, so you might as well. I think 1 extra deck slot is fine to have an answer to the thing. What about IP Gorgon? IP Gorgon is harder to achieve because they're not wind monsters, and you're not like you're not really you can't really threaten that many bodies without locking into wind in this deck. I think it's hard. So yeah. All right, we got Mitsurugi. Pure Mitsurugi. Let me quickly glance over it. Okay, you've replaced 2 Habakiris. You are now playing 3 Aramasas. That's good. You're playing Magatama. I agree with that. You're playing Called by Talents, 1 Nib, 4 Gallant Granite. You're playing 2 Extra, 1 Prosp, Night Sword Serpent, Shifter, 2 Bell. Your side deck. I like your side deck. Your side deck is great. Besides the fact that Shifter's that Fissure is a floodgate, but I like that you're still playing Retaliating Sea, as we discussed earlier. I think Retaliating Sea is great. I mean, for the most part, this deck is very, very close to what I also have for Pure Mitsu. I think the only difference that I have right now is I'm playing 3 Extravagance over the Night Sword Serpent. I'm not sure if Night Sword Serpent is necessary. It might be for sealing issues. I think I have Shifter in my side deck right now because I don't like it against Radiant Typhoon, and I think that matchup is difficult. And I think it's worth considering as another ritual monster, just so you have more ritual monsters to keep summoning from deck on turn 2 and onwards. Because realistically, turn 1, you're gonna have like 3 ritual monsters in rotation, maximum 1 ritual monster in your deck, which makes it really awkward to resolve future rituals from the deck. Because you might need that one to be a search target to resolve the other rituals, and you might search like a Murakumo. You might search Murakumo for follow-up, so you can ritual it from hand on the next turn, which then leaves you with no ritual in the deck to ritual from deck, is basically what I'm trying to say. So that's awkward. So I like 1 extra ritual monster. Whether it's the 2nd Futsu or the 3rd Murakumo, probably the 3rd Murakumo. I would add the Fallen spell. In theory, Fallen and the Virtuous is awesome in this deck as well, but I don't think it works with Pot of Extravagance unless you want to live a really risky life. Which I guess you could. You could play like 3 or 4 targets and then play Fallen and the Virtuous. In theory, Fallen and the Virtuous is great in this deck because it also dodges Flame. And this deck is very grindy, and Fallen and the Virtuous is a great card in the grind game. So yes, they go well together. It's just a matter of, do you want to play Fallen and the Virtuous with Extravagance? But other than that, I think this list is really clean. The side deck is almost perfect. I love Perulia and Imperm for Canine decks. Retaliating Sea for Draco Tail alongside the Imperm for Draco Tail, really nice. Droll for some combo heavier decks. Wosu for Lunalight, and Dai-Fi for, you know, the cringe when you go first. I think the side deck's pretty nice. All right, we have a couple more decks that are submitted, but I really wanted to do 1 Sky Striker deck, and I think then we're gonna call it a day. And I'm sorry that we're not getting all of you guys in here, but it is just what happens. You've submitted hundreds of decks, but I really appreciate that. I really appreciate all the submissions, and I really hope that even if we didn't get to look at your deck, and that is also why we're doing this in general, and why I think this is also valuable to someone who isn't playing the deck that we're looking at the moment, is that we're applying a lot of general deck building and format theory to these decks. So if your deck isn't part of it, I hope you can still take away something from it, because of how we approach these other decks might give you some idea of like how you can apply these concepts to your own deck as well, because that's ultimately what deck building always is. You have to learn some general rules and general ideas of how it works, and then apply it to every format and every deck differently, right? All right, I want to get this in here because it's one of my favorite decks in the format, and I really want to play it at Dortmund if possible. I'm currently still testing it. I'm not sure if it's enough or if it's strong enough for me to play it, but that is Sky Striker. You guys know it's one of my favorite decks, so I'm not even hiding the fact that I'm testing it. First things first, I'm seeing one glaring issue, which is that you're not playing Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. This card is going to be a staple in every single deck that plays the Fallen and the Virtuous, because it actually matters even in the graveyard. So this card can be sent for the Fallen and the Virtuous. And this card says, if this card's in your grave, you can target a level 8 fusion monster in your grave or banishment and one card on the field, shuffle both those targets into the deck and this card as well. So what this card does is it gives you a great target for your last Fallen and the Virtuous to just turn it into a double removal, which is just another it's just another reason why that card is going to be so much better after Burst Protocol, is because you can actually send this for double removal if you already have something in the graveyard. Also, if you ever draw 2 copies of the Fallen and the Virtuous, and you don't need to send Albion to search you another copy because you already have another copy, you can activate one of them, send this, and then the second one can be used as Monster Reborn from your opponent's graveyard. Like you can send one Ecclesia for the first Fallen and the Virtuous, and the second Fallen of the Virtuous can then be used for its other effect, which not everyone knows about. But Fallen and the Virtuous has another great effect that you can only use if you have Ecclesia. If you have an Ecclesia monster on your field or in your graveyard, target a monster in either grave, special summon it to your field. Like, genuinely, you can steal Murakumos from your opponent and wipe their board if you have an Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon in your graveyard. So you're always going to play one copy of that instead of 3 Albions, right? Okay, other than that, Droll Lockbird, I know it's here for crossout. Realistically and statistically, you should not be doing this. I know Droll Lockbird is a menace against this deck, but you should not be playing Droll in your own deck plus 1 crossout. When Droll Lockbird is semi-limited, the odds of all of this happening are just very, very small, okay? The chance that you're playing against Droll Lockbird this next format are not that high, because not everyone is going to play it, and it's at 2. The chances that you're going up against Droll Lockbird, your opponent has it in their deck, has it in their hand, and you have crossout is basically 0. So statistically, it does not make sense to play crossout with Droll Lockbird. Playing crossout in general for Ash and Bell is okay. I think both Ash and Bell are popular this format. I mean, we've seen them in plenty deck lists right now, and they are really good against this deck, so crossing them out is valuable, so I don't hate this. I don't hate playing like 3 Ash, a couple of Bells, and then crossout. The crossout is relatively low utility, because all you can really hit in the format is Ash, Bell, Fallen and the Virtuous, and maybe Vision sometimes. But, okay. Once again, the fact that there's no Droplet here is insane. Droplet is one of the best cards in this deck. You should main deck 3 Droplets. I would suggest cutting 2 Drolls, maybe the crossout for Droplets. Maybe a Bell as well. I'm not sure how I feel about this many hand traps. But first of all, also, one thing I want to mention is you're going first with Sky Striker here. I can tell from your list. I agree with this. I think going first with Sky Striker is correct, at least from my current testing. I don't think going second is the way to go. I think you should view Sky Striker as a deck that wants to go first, wants to immediately enter a grind game, and is fine if your opponent wins the dice roll. You're still playing Sky Striker, which is okay for going second. Here's a hot take. My list currently doesn't have Thrust, because I want to go first. I think Black Goat Laughs is not good enough as a target for Thrust when you go first. I don't want Thrust to be a dead card when I'm going first. And I love Thrust going second, but not more than like 1 copy at the moment. I played Mystical Space Typhoon for the Vision. I think that card is great right now to dodge Flame and against Radiant Typhoon and stuff. So I've been playing a Mystical Space Typhoon. I've been playing multi-roll for the grind game, even though that card is vulnerable in the current format to Fallen and the Virtuous and the MST deck. So I'm okay with cutting the multi-roll, actually. Maybe. I like that you're not playing Desires. That's what I'm currently also trying to do. I've been playing Forbidden Crown. I've been messing around with Forbidden Crown. I've been liking it. I'm not sure if you are gonna have room for it, but I like it. I don't like Area Zero. I don't like Foolish Burial Goods for Metal Foes Fusion. Not been a fan of those packages. I of course like the upstarts. The extra deck is good except for the Ecclesia. So I all things considered, I think it's solid. I would play less hand traps, more power spells, which means you're gonna need an out for spell canceller in the side deck, like Lava Golem or something. You can't normal summon Ray, but okay, whatever. Yeah. So that's like that's where I'm currently at with Sky Striker. I think my current list has one Rose. I'm playing Ashes. I'm playing 1 or 2 Bells. I'm not playing Droll. I'm not playing Crossout. I am not playing Thrust. I'm playing Droplet and Crown instead. That's currently where I'm at. No Zeke? Oh, I'm playing Zeke. Yeah, I'm playing Zeke over Kaina. Technically, you can play only 2 targets for Fallen and the Virtuous, right? Where you go, the plan is activate 1 Fallen, send Albion, search second Fallen sends Ecclesia, and then that shuffles back the Albion as a target in case you draw the 3rd Fallen ever. That does work, technically. But yeah. Alright, that was a lot of yapping. My voice is starting to get a little bit tired. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I hope you got a little bit of an insight into the format. Don't ask me about Hamp. You know exactly what you're doing. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I hope you enjoyed the yap session concerning the current TCG format. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you learned a thing or two. Hope it was an interesting deep dive into the current TCG format. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for all the follows and all the subs during the stream. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. We're gonna raid. Who are we raiding today on this wonderful Friday? Who's live? I'll send you guys over to Farfa. I'll see you guys on Sunday, because tomorrow is off. So you guys have a wonderful start to your weekend. Good luck at your sneak peeks if you're going to Burst Protocol sneak peeks. Hope you pull a lot of secret rares and Forbidden Crowns and Fallen of the White Dragon. I'll see you on Sunday. You can tell me all about what you pull at the sneak tomorrow on Sunday.